Testing, test. Good morning, Atlanta. Nezu. Ba ku dun zine ge hurlyon Denesuline thorne shat ni dela ja. Kanul tunda sa. Dene gathering. But Jathel to Bonivia za. Few more minutes. No here baze tonight deo so hun tanoch delo no denelado itone Fort Chipwan, Baninchero, Tache. Where else? Lutzok A, Fort Resolution, Coal Lake, Dalutwe, Lac Brochet, Taduli Lake, Lalash, anybody from Lalash? Yeah. Melva and Marvin, Lalash, Clearwater, Buffalo River. Where else? Who did I miss? Lotela, yeah. Bananchuri, ayaltana hunizi. So dena abazi batarodzia, Bananchuri. Chucho twe, dalu twe, taduli lantwa. Kese uli. Ejeredeshche. Itelas twe. How you say Meander River Dene? Your town name in Dene. Tache. Fort Res in Dene. Fort Res. Denesuline, okay. Denesuline. Slutzok A is Slutzok A. Formerly known as Snowdrift. Yeah. You know, Slutzok A na your map that true the Nutanana Dene Toli Bazidon Lila Dene Tieta to hold out a new hold out hold a map get red easy. So that's pretty cool. Tlaba Iniku. Where are you from again? Northern Alberta. Nabexi. Northern Alberta. Which town are you from again? Oh, Chate, yes. Floyd's looking over there. It's like, who's that? Who else did I miss? La Planche, Baninchura. La Planche, Laulia, Dena. Tuk Aldesh Che. Who else? Tazin Twe, Zidlan other. Tank Twe, Tazin Twe, Yantikwe. Anybody from the far north Saskatchewan? Carnival, and that's a day. Carnival. Fond du Lac. But anyways, Masicho. We're going to get started here momentarily. We'll gather everything. Later, okay. Okay, we'll get everybody set up. Drummers, we're going to have our drummers from Coal Lake, Meander, Buffalo River. Drummers, are you here? Buffalo River. Just Meander and Coal Lake. Okay, no Buffalo River yet. No, okay. So we're going to have our Meander and Coal Lake First Nations drum group. We'll do the opening ceremonies, and then we will have Buffalo River tonight. So, Masicho and Dunzinige Dunga B. Antley the Nobayan Tia. Lloyd Menus, pipe ceremony this morning, te Nobanerin town. Okay. NBC Radio again, Noya Tidut Arut in doing David McIntyre Nigas, so you're going to be live there. And we are live on the Facebook or the YouTube. So we are live on YouTube as well. So we'll get everybody settled in, sit down, then we'll see. And then Agnes, no, but yet Tieda Hotan will get started here in 2 minutes, 2 minutes time. Masicho, Klucho Tue, Taligare group. This time, Salotine, Lunar Delas Najaya, Meander River drummers, Tache drummers, Nakeshin Obajen as an honor song and then a prayer song. Honor song and then a prayer song after. So Masi and then Itlane Agnes Gendron no bayo Altiu and Dadarutai. So Masi Cho Tache drummers Dunzinige no Hanin Dele all the way Meander River about 8-hour drive. 8 hours drive. More than that, Anila. Yeah. So, Masicho, we'll ask everybody to please stand up. Are you gonna go? So, prayer song and then an honor song. Masi Cho. Tache drummers up next. John Anthony the Baba Nonut Alu. Agnes Gendron. No haba yatia da hotel. And doing zinige doing a being done no ba Anthony the Tenarin Thomas, you know, her season doing zinige. So Naruch Delu Anthony the no ba Dahar Utaya Tita.
Nenwaneni daily. Bed asing hotel el gadan hilo asa. Sanau no heat he no chanye danli. Wood hon hogetla. Yadarian nezoin yadarian no try. Masi ne nildan sinjan horelion. No halot in nenwaneni daily. John Clue Chotoiga. Darius at High Hotel. Who's so now de James Horion at Dietly, at Denesuline Dietly. Darius at High John. Who's on at now do that's a note saying, don't be nenet and I tell for seeing who's on a hotel. Hotel than John no hello in. Pengadan illa si Horelion. John, I no halot in it. I no near downly, no yat here downly. Boil near Haho, no need and a dietly. Not as he had do a bit had do a thing. Don't look at in daily, a Darius a time, no Neneka. Downly Hanok at in daily. Nany no one, the others only. Masi ne Nilton, that was a resource pinzi Dorisi.
Masi Cho. Duhun zinege Janid Dela. I'm going to ask everybody to please stand up here again. If you look to my right there, recently we lost David Janvier Johnson, last week, that's a retire. So we're going to have a moment of silence for David Dunziniga. I know he would have been here with us, you know, and but he's here in spirit. Masi. That's him calling there. That's why he said I had to end it. Yeah. He said, David, he's a jokester. Yeah. He had showed me, you know, about emceeing and round dances and, anywhere he could. He was quite a character. But so do not lobby Neo. He liked to laugh and have a good time. And sometimes he overstepped what he said, but he meant well. He got to travel the States to do powwows and all those good things. I was actually here when Kelsey got elected and they had a ceremony for him. The first time I ever got to see any of that stuff. And, he conducted that ceremony in a good way. And here we are today. 4 years, 4 years later? Yeah. Or no, 3 years later. So, up next, I'm going to call upon, I know Kani Dani Yala Linda Menus, Beatrice Saint Laza. You want me to come down there with a mic or? Okay. So we'll go Linda Menus and then Lance Bayet. And then we'll go to Chief Kelsey Jacko and Councillor Bernice Marshall. No, by Yatino Aledun Zinige. Or this one?
So Inea Tietaru sing good morning. Yaga Denesuline good morning Snido dia. Ei thought Inebech on Jessie good morning daddy. Nuni good morning daddy di hade duhunk ambinezu Horelia wale daddy di walini. Kuluk ambidi dire yan nothing that's tomorrow's ni. It nani denek ambinezu daddy kulu pedorelia lesi eye. Eye denecha denesuline niela. Kusi Linda Minus Hushesim. John Switchoktue Hotsi Denesuline Hesim. John Duke any Yasim. Kudu Deneyatieta Deneyatie Bazi. Egalaris na hedja Yanisi 2017 Johnson Nenek Aninesja Ku Aerot in Didi Nuheyatie Eri Estudia bet ase qui honil teniha Denesuline Yatie Eri Estudia Kuit I take was in sneering isi. A shooting carassa, a is thinking while you saw Sesnia had a saint und esa. Who I was Nesikorushi, a Kodeshi, Asa. Horsini had a sinkulu. Kudlas ne hadra than a ha curriculum has said. Who is kuli denia tie kuli ta is ayas tri kodeshi lehet SG hede sikulu bekia kunanes ta setere doni 2000 Denesuline no nenek otsim. Ei kahtani no heyatie ta egatalage na hecha 5 years tai etini no nenek egatalage na Valerie Woodhulye bekaduru yahutu sanani nani yet egatalage na ile etini Chu University of Alberta eri ishehe si asant antu tarik isi hadane atiera. A booth asa eri is Berare no heya tiet and ubekaya tiu. Eyi berare yara hadunes hen. Di sauni disim. And u eritis ayastri. Coordination hedjai. John Janvirni. Inu tserini se ezi hotie se tserini se edini. Edini kastani eritis ayastri cordelio. Tant uno heya tiet tant u eritisi cordelio. Aset tserini asja. Ku Hurliu great head start hots grade 9 hots and curriculum things asa ku computer yage nanest ha and u curriculum date isi ha ku she's big audition asa no heya tie quant enasari ha ku yan fe Northwest Territories bari ise de la ne ane dene ede huliele sa eri is gastani holding dene ya tieras edini hubenene chu hubechanie gare per eri is tafelsi kunu ni jandizi quant udari dahila Nuni ane na dilu herelu dene sa ane na dilu dene sa jan nutsai e yare na de kulu dene sa yoe na dihile ya nis 1950 hutse no nene ne chane no nene no hosent Jathut ine John Dizini del airplanes, airport ha, air fighter jets training ha, no harel you ni chu, denenada de hile he di, kulu adore la asano, no helot ine e ni harel you ni I dene hulle si. Hurl you nine Jessie. Jam Eric Istathilia, Nuri Isse, Ayert Anelt Edene, Be cabins the ho a hurl you bombing range, Ayer Hodit Insi, Ayer Yoe, Denesun Hinene, Tue Chok Tue, Denesun Hinene Dariti. Jones Isi Tue Chok Tue, Denesun Hinenuni. Nuni Denesuline dahitli. Ku nu hezi shansi janutzaik yare jan kolek hotse. Kolek thot ine bezisi. Liatri yanisi. Nua eret isi. Frua low henne. Cold water, cold lake. Ahed di asas yara. Balaya tierra, quayer thought ine, janda huzi, kole dadi. Kununi denesun finenu hezi, sue chok tue daridi asanune, ja einu neneke. Kununi yoet and hereliut and ador. Yoe eri is nudi, is a dathela. Hereliut denesun finet a no hezi. Hodit isi ayerdek is nudi isek yanisi denedori kara lak brochet la hulia adesia dalu tueset edia kuiwe taduli lake la hodia denesulfine es el uli tue dati Yowe Wollaston Lake, La Julia Ahelesu, Saint Twe Dati. Yowe Black Lake, the Denedores Cur, La Julia Anuhezi, Tazene Twe Dati. A year ho Anzi, Fondulac, a year Gani Kwe Hulie, who down where Fort Smith Downey and County, they changed their name. Denesuline, I think that's what they call themselves. That might be wrong. Who you were Fort Resolutions and your Deninu Kwe Hulie. Who suits alket hubega hilai kuzi who John Yoea Tambak Tambak Coin Daru ni yellow knife airs a Denesuline that day. Who John Dizzy and Nuggets and Yoea Fort Chip Hulie a kite hele Hulie si. Who Jan Beard airs a Denenadu Denesuline hotel daddy. Hurrilu Yanisi ta salute initiative kui. John Ejima Twe Hulie Heart Lake Hotel John Dizini Nindale. 1890 John Dizini Nindale. Tel Kali Rubits ane tel Kali Rubits ane Denesuline hisi. Who se kui se tani bet Charlie tel kali ruhulie. His family has John Dizini 1890s. Ayers John Dizi no nene heja. Who Jan Veersni. Jones Jan Veer Yanisi. Louis Bouchard Hulier. Tavelk and Adrasa Balai. John Dizini Denesuline Quirarni. Ayers Hurriluila Jan Veers. Jan Veer Jam. Zang Yi Hulier ni Ania Nisi Denesuline. Zang Yi da hu yu she. Kui zang yi not e krebits in the ane. In Sare Basil Janvier Julio. In Sare JB zang yi Julie. JB we thin tellas twe. Cousini airs a Jan Beersla head jai. Kujan Basil Jan Beer Julie. Airs a Jan Beersla head jajanu naneke. Kui I lost what's a thin telly twe what's a John Dizzy we Jan Beers and Nani Nini daily airs the Jan Beers the whole Jan Beers who lisi. Hereliutes and no hello in a hereliutes and Jean Dilsi and Missy. Adon Zinek and no borders didi. No ni John Denet has no neneni. Ni ne cha no it's him. A serus au koi a province of Alberta, 2005, a line in the right between Alberta and Saskatchewan. A hotenu nene, they split up our lands. Kuyan tet a Northwest Territories. A line split up our lands. Kuyan Nare, Saskatchewan, and on the east side of Saskatchewan, and then Manitoba. They changed all that, all those borders. Kununi, ilaja. So, fa no heliawasti, no heliasti, hilesi, yara, no helhosni, yasi, no helhosni, hasi. Kludane, big hayarilti asanja, John, Ninu Deli ha. Didi Tambase Noalia, Betazi, Hurrilu Denesuline Becayaulti, Desia, Inhasi Deneyatie Yaga Kesin Deli Enaya Tie Wini Nautzer. Enaya Tie Eyi Dene Nuket Ahot and Enaya Tie Hasni. There was a study done. Could I be at here? Don't di hasi. No need a Denesuline, no hay at here. Don't di hasi. Snee. Could a Ojibways to a nayat here? A answer than it I diat baby at here. Adores I. They won't be it our lile. Daddy. Did he thought in a berare? Kununi Denesuline, Nunenek, you were not either, you were thanks to a year se quasi culi Denesuline at Diathi. Chile quasut a cause a high school a year galaris na. Denesuline we need taxi in the hallway. A nuni nuk esil si John says Nunenek. Johnson Nenek, Jerry 50 uyini le sant ay no heya tiek adorel yai 50 to 100. Then a shamelessly John no Nenek to a chok to 3,000 anelt e then a not desi. Koi 3,000 anelt e. Only about 100. Hurrel yut I Denesuline adorel yut I Denesuline adayati. 55 years and over. Berayesi. So no need Johnson Nenek we have 8 abits and hathel tisi. Beta dori ti hachu. No heyat here se quasi hadonil teni. Ya ha tamba noan ya language nesta. Chu dene alt nethase. Dene ya tiet adayati ha hadonil ten kau coil dersi. Yoeta de coin Edmonton ikuzi language teachers not day. Year Denesuline adene hadonil tenu. Kujanu nenek et ila. Big and I desi yan nafe ya institute holds nesen John Denesuline Institute no he honie our history no he ya teo hurl you on sorry Denesuline you understand me sit ant uyasti John to chok to dialect delayed it I bet I asked he. Nahi Denesuline radu sit ant uyastri. Yanisi tha hoyat here. Sets edi. Eight ant uyastri. Ku dene godelant ant uno heyat here. Hurl you an sari hilesi. Nani dictionaries heeft seen, ni dictionaries heel to Jan Plant Fort Smith your dictionaries heeft to elk dictionaries heeft see. Klo harel you al sa. Big and I did katjene isla. Hilsi walisi beta egalarita hase qui honel 22 ha altnethi honel 22 hurl you a is in taht ithelan anin de nesen a hanu kayari trisi a banano deu araham in Valentine no hel egalare nano nenek ote a saninin dele big enari dele a hotil sinwali yanathe no hayatie renaha a ha hok enau denis sena a hanu hayari tisi jandizi it no hel horelia wale janu nenek John Hotienu ha ho ansi. Ku yan ten hoti ten nuangia a nothing need a ten udare di hasi. Yanisi ho yanisi ni. Ku deni ten who to quant e asi hun li de nudare di ha a herlu. A hamasi no halusiu. I know have yaki no heya tie hole chu saban da ultiu saban ya ulti anate dopa e ha no kaya riti John Trumpet e ruini hotanare si hasi tanu heliastri hale Basse e sono resti lo sa già na desire
Masi. Why only tira zankoze? Masi. You know, first time at Jani, Linda called their own older this she's breaking everything. Yeah, we're gonna I was gonna make a separatist joke, but first time Linda treaty days, you know, and mayor the another and mayor Nail Jurla. So it's very good to see. And a lot of the work you're going to you know, the whole nation, I know Daniel's got a whole archive of history, so it's good, so must and up next, Lance Bayet, no Bayatino, Aloma, Siro de Babathukaya, John Lance Bayet.
Good morning. Kabinazu. Mercy, John Util, no ha. Seniasa. Turn jada no tila. Good ngabi asna da ba type ceremony da in town the dani asna the sacred fire di do gabi in the ta days of hada kana 3 days of ha the firekeeper there must have been a sin. The hilu the organizers the organizers that helped out with the culture that if we could stand up, let's give them a hand. That do a scene it takes time. It's under October, it's a Monday theater conference up. Course in near Johnson Danaha, Chief to Council, there must have been a Sanu, John, the supporter than we sent John to Chotwega. John Adni Dela, Solotino, and New Ski Q, must have been a son, Aunt Nalu. Solotino, there you don't la sequestration. The Sina Selti, Hola. There's no Australian son in Chini. I never thought I'd be living here, but Meskigo Lani, Anya, so back and forth with the old folks. A Banaster, but Singi Delu, no boundaries, no borders. That's Sibanasni, that Asanesha. He has a junk apple, don't choose Alberta borders as a healing. You had to see it. By your jersey, the head deal there. Johnny deal that it increased the real true. What's Uncle Rosie? But Chenny had deal with Jasper. Deniha hunting Alchu Musa. Nizanigal traditional territory Nizala Yohana. Jersey was invitation which Sefton Naralzeha. But other Eliani, I was had deal every year. Anani Denesuline Zegusi, no Handanoti. Go don't at the catering dealer. We have our local caterers, Marcy Birno Siniasa. It'll do a Hadalai Dawliha. John Denahati, Executive Director, Asiliadi Yaha, Educational, Cultural, the Employment and Training. Sinia, that Uliha, another Hasunit Aha. Could the answer the but here's we need Joe Saho Lila. I'm not going to could we ask I don't ask La after the Kulikodi, that's what alias, hindi. Ba, India, ba, the haunts a character, don't do who low, so now, Ayarelia, but I think it is a bag of answer. That's her. That's her, Linda. We still continue to plan, and this is where we are today. Herelia, Julia, there's no mercy benessen. That's the idea. Volunteers only 20 in it, lads, but idea, say, lab, an idea. Then, Ketwell Sarah, Dino Nisi. But Marcy. Herelia, doing it, Hilay. Quiba la Marcy. That would thank you, Snia, then I asked this, yeah. Yet he don't deal, Marcy. That then it's a darelnia, then it's a radio, the tuli, then a do it there, then it's a dealer, Sikunia. I asked it in Sanko about wondering he and a quibits any. What's a deal? He could only jala could do I'll deal. No scan who so deep. But as a very dealer, who that's you, computer, busy, something like that. Then it's a dealer. A doing a yard as a that was the then I go with the belly at you, then I at here. A language nursing is the bunil have a building health here, so we taught as a 0 to 5 years old, a full then abalet here. A cut bunil next month, so I'm looking forward to that. Senia Tanu Dila, Turlu. You visit a Denesuline. That was a goal. That's the vision. A katu answer that was not ahine. Aha. Here, see her long for get stuff. Couldn't root me. You know that we another hard to Tioliha. Aha, Siganite deal and Nizani deal. The resource basing. If we could share that information, there are you and see through live feeds in the home. So you're on right now in the live feed all over Facebook. MBC, the Marcy Benesenumania. Kabina, the Chief Alan Adam, Chief Vern Janvier, the Adahara Lanatino, and then you could hunty. Then associates the Anna Funeral Nahadra, Guy Kabino Honey, Asi, Nahadra, 2 days of her. So Willis Marcy Beneseno, IT, thank you, Daniel. There's no lot of Dorsia. To Tinekisilo, Tiguli Relian Danaha. Do Zega, the Baharalia, Leo, Assure Cruz in that, the Baho, Hoteshul, you, the Badzin as well, Marcy Nesen.
Masi Lance Bayet Hote Ganain de la Do Dia Sata, October. So Masi Russia. So up next, I'm gonna call upon Chief Kelsey Jacko no Bayatino Aladun Zinege all in Dene too.
Glanite Hoha. Kelsey na chat who is Shuishe. Goudry Thui Chuktwe. So yeah, Chief Kelsey Jacko, Coal Lake First Nations. I want to welcome you all, our respected elders, special guests, dedicated leadership, hard work and volunteers, all community members, and our incredible cooks who keep us sustained. Welcome to our Dene gathering. We have come together, Denesuline today, from all our lands, as one to share our stories in our old ways, in our new ways. So it's you talk about new ways in these days. We have Google, and I argue with Google many times because they don't say whatever. But like, why can't we do it in Dene, right? Like, we're losing a lot of speakers. Even the elders, they're not speaking Dene every day and they're forgetting words. So why can't we have an app? We can argue with the computer. Nobody can say we're saying it wrong or whatnot. It's it'd be good dialogue, but we're losing speakers. No fault of our own. Residential school, 60 scoop survivors. Child welfare. You have more kids in care today than we did at the height of residential school. So when we come together, we are stronger. The gathering is about a testament to our unity and our shared future. Our language is the heartbeat of who we are. It holds our history, our connection to the land, and our identity. Revitalizing and retaining our language is about our survival, our pride, and our healing. It is about our children knowing who they are and where they come from. Over the next 3 days, I stress the importance of collaboration. Let us all share our knowledge and build bridges between our nations. This is a time to learn from one another and ensure our traditions remain strong. And welcome everybody. Let's make this 3 days a powerful foundation to our future. And I just want to give a special thanks out to Lloydie, our pipe carrier, and Virgil over there, at their sacred fire. And today, it's about forgiveness. Treat others how you want to be treated. It's not too late to say, I love you, And it's about sharing and about being together. I'm kind of hesitant using town. Like we should have all the stuff that town has. And maybe one day we'll have a big hall. We can host you there. It was a nice event there last year at the Hotel Dene, but it was too small. So this is why we're here in a bigger event. And a lot of loved ones passed, and when they go, they take some of that knowledge with them. So don't forget to pass on our stories and who we are. I have Dave there. I have a good story about wieners, but we'll save that for another day. But let's have a good event. I love you all, and I'm looking forward to it. Masi.
Masicho. Okay, alrighty, we've got a gift here for the chief on behalf of our organizers, our committee here. Masi Cho, for all the work you do. I know I've been following on social media and challenging, a lot of people, a lot of the separatists. I don't want to get too political, but it makes, we got to teach that and pass that on. And this is part of it too, as he shared with us. So Masi Cho, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Masi. And he spoke about the young people. How many people don't speak Dene here? 1, 2. So about a quarter, eh? Different. Most of you understand what we're saying, though? Even the no, yeah, a little bit. Dene, you're kind of getting it? Yeah. Yeah. So we got translators here as well. But we want to, I believe for me growing up, I was on a language panel yesterday. I grew up around it. I'll do my best to speak in English as much, but I believe you should hear it very much like we did. We don't need subtitles here. If you don't know, it is your journey. It is up to you to learn it, not us. It is up to us to provide it, but it's up to you to go and get it. And I truly believe that, because residential schools existed, but we cannot continue to use that to stop us in our growth of language. I wanted to quit this many times, and whenever I wanted to quit, I got a message from a residential school survivor. Thank you for your podcast. And all I was simply doing was speaking Dene. So, people are out there searching for it. And I believe everybody can learn it one way or another, So I've been learning Cree too. So, it's the same way. But yeah, I'm going to keep it going with our next speaker here, Councillor Bernice Marshall. Give her a big round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning. Bernice Marshall, who's Jessie. Denesuline, Jessie. Don't Dene, Ataya, Yostin, and Kulu. Don't Jenny, John. Then I go that to Teno, Ataya, Chunta. My name is Bernice Marshall. I come from here, from Cold Lake First Nations, to Saratoga. No. But anyways, what I'm going to share is I've been sitting in leadership. This is my 16 years. And I'm very caring and loving person, no matter what. I love the people. They could say everything about me, but I will turn around and help them. That's the way I was raised. Tataro ni no hoche dini, ni chiluti. And that's the way it is. Have respect. There's a lot of things I would like to share. But today, I think I have a few days here to share with others. In my travels and at home here, what we experience. Okay, se badiri aji adaraja tene koda se donjene. Ne dishlini hirid, se duishlini ta. Ayit ayas tiklu se ba. It's pretty slow for me today. In my travels, one time I traveled my daughter Loretta to Arizona. We were visiting. The men sit at the table, the women sit in where the couches are, and the kids play outside. That's the way it used to be here too, Jessie. But at that time, they make me sit by the elder, an elderly lady. I thought he does. So we were exchanging words. Masi chok de sia, ku gloin doasa, ku ekaresia. Denesuline, who the antna de gradiasa. Masi do nuclo chok don't say chok. Kaha desia. It's a man's bottom. I had chok. Coach it glory there like ja. We changed words la. 2 weeks I stayed there. I pick up a lot of words, the Navajo language. Seltui dati kulu juni seltui datu na tok dati landen. Yeah. So in traveling, I find that we're all related. Somehow or another, we're all related. So in saying that today, say today, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for coming. I'd like to thank the elder for doing the prayers this morning, the morning prayers. I'd like to thank the elders for the morning prayer. And I'd like to welcome each and every one of you into the circle, the Denesuline circle. And not class, no, not a John, I day. And now you say. So don't you don't ye. And I nene 10 minutes day. Who did he say by Tila sign clap? Chipanisco said, yeah, enough. And I stood up to him and I said, don't say that anymore. I'm a Denesuline, say Dene. So And I asked him, what do you really mean by that? Why do you guys laugh when you say that? Chapanisco. So I stood up to them. Since then, they don't hardly ever say that to us, to the Denesuline. In saying that, I'd like to welcome again each and every one of you. Have a good day. And want to talk to me later, or I'll be here most of the time. Masti.
Masti, John, we've got a gift for you. Dunzinige. On behalf of our committee, Masti, for all the work, 16 years on council there. Don't ask her for a 20. Hey, just kidding. So, Dunzinige, we're going to continue on with our agenda, but Dr. Jessie's got about 30 more minutes. So up next, I'm going to ask Judy Ness. Judy Toa. Dena no by Tino Alamasi.
Ho ang salot ina. Masi na sanod no hun sineka. Chaheles kulo tinesusan. I want to thank all of you for coming, for answering the call. My wonderful, amazing friend, Elder Linda Manus. I had the honor of working with her. I started there last year. I've had the honor of working with her since. Judy Neswishia said Jones and Shuachok Twerds and Dene Hesley Kulu Tanestibias Chu Hesley. And then new at Dene Métis, Elizabeth Settlement with them. But here Dene Yatir Duers and Kulu Dene Dit Axen. Reluila Kulu. I was never taught my language in a home, either one. So when I started growing up, I used to sit with Tsuneni, but I couldn't understand what she was saying. I'm very, I'm sad that I didn't have that opportunity to learn my language and talk with her. But I must have listened because I can understand a lot of the words. I can understand words, some conversations. So I grew up like that. So when I became an adult, I wanted to learn our language. So I started listening. I had to listen to use these, not this. Start learning. I'm self-taught, Dene, but I'm learning also from my colleagues. Some of my colleagues, they've gone to school. One's got her master's, they got their degrees. So I'm learning the sounds and how to write them, say them. Like short choktoe, bar L. That's what my colleague Margaret, it's one of the words I learned from her. That's what that means, I guess. But all the other sounds, they all have a meaning. One, if there's a little whatever here, it's higher, like that. Learning that. So I'm grateful. Creator put me here for a reason. So when Linda said she had a vision, we need to plan a conference. My title in the department, in the Denesuline Language and Culture Department, is Cultural Activities Coordinator. So, okay, I guess we're going to plan a conference. But she ended up getting hurt. So the rest of the team had to step up and do the work. I put out a call, emailed all the community. I didn't even know half of the communities where they were, but I learned. Fort Smith, Elk, Etwe, all those places. I got a call back. I put out a call and you answered and you're here. Must see. And it's an honor to have been asked to do this. But we all need to work together. Beba. We need it for them. I'm just as much in the wrong from not teaching my sons our language. One of my sons is working here. Denedit Aguilar. He, guess, because I didn't know, I couldn't really teach anything I didn't know. And I'm really grateful I have one of the speakers that's going to come up here. I call her Celia. My niece has been very fortunate to learn our language. She teaches at the school, but she'll tell you her story. And all the elders that came, elders from our community, must see for coming, must see. So the other thing I wanted to say is the agendas are coming. We could have given you all like this here, but we wanted to make it look pretty. So it's at the printers. It should be here today sometime, soon. So we got some books. They're free. They're not very many. This is from Richard Van Camp. It's called Beast. It's about Dene people. This one is called Spirit. And in the back is Idari Yene. Idari I don't really know what Yene. Idari Yene. Okay. So it's in English and then it's in Dene. So there's some there. Yadari Yene. Oh, Masi, see? She's Yadari Yene. Masi, Linda, see, she's my elder. She teaches me. So there's some up there. I don't know. I think we might have a little break till 10:30, Lani, then I will this. Yeah. So again, I want to thank you all for coming, for answering the call. Enjoy your stay here wherever you are. You have any questions? We have staff here. Again, leadership, everybody. Must see.
Must see. Hey, there'll be no shouting in the front, okay? Must see. So up next, I believe, no, Babayo is Gayatsia. I'm not sure how many are there. Oh, okay. Okay, we're gonna have a couple of moments for a break. Maybe we'll put in a proposal for them to get a new podium here. We can go see the staff at the front. So Masi Cho, let's give everybody a round of applause here. Welcome to the 2026 Dene language. Regain our language for our children. No boundaries, no borders. You know, Denesuline, we travel near and far. So welcome. I know Fort Res, I think, is the farthest. Maybe Taduli. Taduli had to travel by train, planes, and automobiles to be here. Yeah. Skidoo. They had to Skidoo to Lac Brochet, then Perimeter to Thompson. Thompson by train to Edmonton. Yeah, so we're going to take a couple-minute break here. We're going to do some technical stuff with our live feed, but you are on the live feed. So for those of you online, we're going to just, I don't know if we're cutting out or changing cables, but we will be back here 10:30 on the dot, 10:25. So be back here, get some fresh air. Again, welcome right here to Chotwe. Sinias and Dunzinegano about the Yamasino. there, and I've also got my languages medicine hoodies there for sale as well. $50 for a hoodie. And that is going to be the last box I ever do. No more. So grab it if you want one. $50 a hoodie. Test. Okay, there we go. I'm not sure what. Float like a fry bread, sting like a beast. So, Emily Brown? Eileen Beaver is here. So if you get this book and you want her to sign it, you can go see Eileen Beaver. So must see show. And we're going to get started here at 10:30. We're not going to be on Indian time either. So please be respectful. Respect other people's time, respect our time. I like to keep it on track. So must see no sin. Edlanete. Edlanete. Nezon. Okay, Denurthio. Have a seat. We're going to continue with our program here, Dunziniga. So Masicho. Bayakot ineni yazintaya dalu twi sineza Fred no ani yada. Masi Fred. Thank you very much, Masicho. So while I get everybody to have a seat, I'm going to call up Margaret. I'm going to call up Margaret Marshall. She's going to read her bio this morning, and then we'll continue on with our first presentation. Daniel's got it up on the board here, the video. We'll get Daniel to put that up. But Dr. Jessie Sylvester doon oya tie baze alan naundala blue quills, blue quills. Blue Quills, SICC, the airline number Nene Dio, and Hornike. So Noya Tieba, she's a doctor with language. Not Nida Naile, that's just so if anybody gets sick, she's a language doctor, not if you're sick, okay? But okay. But I'm gonna ask Margaret to come on up here and read off her bio, and we'll bring her up here, so must see. Hey?
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to Margaret Hushie, I'm going to introduce Dr. Jessie Sylvester, and she hails from Adjaradesh, Buffalo River Denesuline, Treaty 10 territory, Dillon, Saskatchewan. She is married and blessed with 3 children and 3 grandchildren. Jessie has recently taken up the position of Dene language team lead at the University of Blue Quills. And Jessie's passion is in the language revitalization, and she enjoys translating and interpreting. With humor and humility, she proudly tells people that she considers herself to be among the best in the language professionals. After graduating in 1984 with a standard A certificate, she later continued her education, attaining a Bachelor of Ed in 1994, and has taught school for many years. In 2015, she achieved a Master of Education in Language-Based Indigenous Education through the University of Saskatchewan College of Education. In 2022, she completed her doctoral degree in the IPK doctoral program at the University of Blue Quills. Jessie's many past accomplishments include being the president of the Saskatchewan Indigenous Culture Center, SICC, as the first Denesuline person to take the lead in culture and language programming for the 74 nations in Saskatchewan. Jessie loves spending time on land, which is both a personal refuge and a place to bring back the Denesuline language in the very place where the original pure Denesuline language was spoken freely. With that, I'd like to welcome all of you. Give a round of applause for Dr. Jessie Sylvester. And I think someone else, do you have a reading for her? Gail? Does she have a reading for her? Oh.
Ay, masi salot ina. Your documentary sa talabangayo was titole. Your documentary dano iha sa nona na elzanaze what's in time it's 20 minutes long. And yanisi your two Caldes Childs and Boval, Angie Campbell, your documentary can either she worked on this documentary. And it's called Yanisi Ahud Dana Echate Dilni Dine Navajo and Nagots Look at Hulehi Nuni Jadezi Yate Nanets and the separation of the Dene. So I just want to say, Marcy Cho, hi salute ina jano dele sa shoti dele. There are Treaty 6 nene known as unceded lands in Treaty 6 territory. You know, right now with what's happening, like Linda mentioned, Trump and Daniel Smith, nuni no henene et dine John's erat ine. So with that, see West Side Dene Hushisa, because in Saskatchewan, nuni borders are hililo nila. Saskatchewan Nastara, we border Alberta. So it's October Ghana right desa. So we're known as the West Side Dene, along with Willis. And Denesuline yat here dastane. I was monolingual for 6 years. Siki kedali ana no niza danithija, with no contact with any other language except Denesuline. So the way I speak are the words, the history, the knowledge seti kwibitsi and nejusat hani bitsi. Ku bovalda no hilyahu elket hagasagaya. Siki Kelarant esa, John Shatha Dalla Pat de Janeer, Hares who now to such la sound esa, a Shadaneti John. I was a survivor there, but now a warrior. And then I Ashani Dille, then who's Isa, Masi. So with that, I just want to say, Masi Cho to the pipes that were lifted this morning, the prayers that were offered, to the drummers, to the singers, Masi, Sini Inchu. Thank you to the organizers. This is the first Denesuline gathering here on Treaty 6 territory. The work that you do to the organizers does not go unnoticed. But I just want to touch up a little bit on the docu. I want to get started right away. Stories that I have learned through research, and you will hear it in this docu. It was filmed 18 years ago. I was quite young. I showed this to my university students, and they were the ones that encouraged me. Jess, show it. Let's talk about this. So I thought, well, gee whiz, that's excellent. Because usually I'm a PowerPointer. And this time, Jessie has no PowerPoints. It's going to come from here. So with that, like I said, it's filmed 18 years ago, started on my homelands of Che. I walked all the way to Arizona, you'll see it. Anyway, so we have a lot of unanswered questions. When the settlers came, they brought their language, their ceremonies, and basically put to sleep. Elders said, they're not gone, they're put to sleep. You know, and that's what happened to one of my students is gonna come up and she will speak also too, and you will hear the work that's happening with the BA. I will touch up a little bit on that later on. So with the questions with the docu is, who are we? Where did we come from? What are the findings? The prophecies that are still being told. No one can tell you you're wrong. No one. It's going to be different. The pipe bowl and the stem, the similarities and the differences, the southwest to the north, the significance of the river, the significance of the separation, the south, the settlers' ways of religion, its dominance and how they talked about separation, and you'll hear it in the docu. To be able to keep their language and ceremonies, the separation had to happen. Stories are still intact. We still hear many stories, and no one can tell you you're wrong. You cannot. The source of the docu was actually a 106-year-old elder. He's passed on now. His son took his stories. He was 106 years old, so you cannot say he's wrong. He came from the Window Rock, Kayenta area, and his name was Hosteen Ghani. We talk about colonization. We talk about decolonization. We talk about the learning and the unlearning, and the relearning now. It's a lot of work. 300 to 500 years, no hathe dela. We're not going to change overnight. It's a lot of work. The teachings that I do with my students, that's arazadai, just a little bit. At least I left a little bit behind. They're the ones that are going to pick it up. So, without further ado, I'll cue the main man there, and the video is on. Masi Sultan. Oh, Lance, dim the lights. Sound is good, okay. I'm sorry, popcorn popcorn dios, yeah. Sitsi Michelle Bahuntani Yane, Sitsi Michelle Sazani, the one bestow Shonila. Ko your ko ya, Rich Kearney. Atlanto Denesuline Sina, Altrate Delia Hersey. Ko Cosesni, Denisi Thou, then a Kodorel Datini Ane. Hatarliok, the host Datini, Burha, Nalzio, and Oasikot Ihi. Nasat Anya, Luke, North Balfour, Tanisa, Ayer Deskini, Azu, Isanani Yaniane, Isanani Yahu, Trende Tiu, we Sana Rahadua, I none another, Nakaratharu, Kodini not carry these into Akhanat Khani Dilo Sahenini.
Need read alni, dear fire hookara, Yanisi hots eaten a la yohil yao, a ye neat or as ike.
Who the whole pipe Selina Shuzina hit as a arrowheads cadanat ha, Sidi than a whole arrowheads canas hajati and a pipey ani here. Con the child linear who green kai, Nina Chow Grikani. And this thoughts is seeds in Iki Jag, who's in Hal is in Anandan at Hajo. See the Halanas Hajania, a cool pipey ane.
Ayer te hit hal yanisi la yua ayite net iho nakele mil nana begayek hanasi asi boil hutia ashelt eke navajo bela yua ki.
So dan du denne Johnny del directly gedetese. Du hosi sa to dile. After denne Johnny des in idea to after they were the Navajo nations are not there. Then so finidal. Ebo niasis yosi kontegalana sandria si hilja bazial. So denne so finja not doing.
We pipe need e the who will lead and 1,000 when you go to the Nana here and Saskatoon, Sunning a pipe 800 to 2,000-year-old pipes is it in it. We are from near Hunlia side, and this in Danaradu, only Denesuline, once in pipe at it in this name.
Jewish hots in dinner, Nikanit gatherings and nothing. I show it deal. Naya hati, Tora, Asanont aha, Bellotine, Yanisi hots in Nasi dinner.
Would that be mestizo?
Just kind of, yeah.
Then I just was in Nani Yandi Archival. It's only the Archival. Was in all the Nadine, Wesley, and other devotion. But now, school master would Brian, at least a guy in the renew. But now, London is on the yeah, merch even new, but an idea was an idea.
Charles a Jewish hots in dinner, Arizona, and nothing did. Pelot in a hit ha.
Not only done Lenigi Ade Iya Shahada days la. Oko Hinin Ragi Joby or Shahas. Joya a tin leo ben
Could say the Shahid Allah. Could they done honey deli where Bechonanaza? A could be. No, the Shah Hadil a scale Yalilo Hoti Henne.
The old man is the chief that sits right there.
Navajo dinner Codorelia, and two Bellotine at the Dilni, Denisahoni Gara.
The patient, you just sit right here. There's a doorway.
And do Dao, and then do Dana, he had to do Dana Sicurilia, really in here. Only the Machani, Pachasni Zazi Dilia. Queer, you need to guard and do Dana. Welcome to Radio. There are sea, not Sudan, who she was seeking to Ganade. As we cannot did in any Tizindo Tiachania. Dan wel toen het chitazen en we zien dat dat in Lealio je betras na hitile bij natural ja was hitile
no ja le hadishi dahod id jo ade o dilte als adahist ijena o biyana sad benina jena sad jo doshi das jo elkis di tihu das olia kat eta sa hazli nisha abe trait abe hazotzi oder so lie und an hallo ja da hadil zi nana khash khuinitzi und dojna oko und asi ashago o tande ko shi khutza oko ado isa hazli do sahod nisli
إيدا أخد إيش هو ندا أخد أخال شندا إيخد إيش أكو إيخد إيشي سهل له تو هشت أنا نهون كو خدنت جو إيك إحنا هلا أكو إيت إيجي إيا جو إي نشأ أطلع نهنا غاس الله بيهت إيه جو إيا ين شي قد إذا هتني لبيني دو شن هتني ل أكو إني إيكي شي إيشي أجشي بيت إيه جهد إذا الشن ساجت له يني لسقوله إيه نحن شي كو جاي أدونا إيه أطلع بيننا تينا نسلي أكو تصدزن دات إدونا هغان دات إيجي آج أوت لس لها سنس لادو بين هغا نهغا سلها آج يهيا جهد نهلو إباه نأكو أكو جوي آدي يهيا أوكو جوكو إيا نغيد الصان داتي كخيجي تنه ساديننا الصاص كخيه جو إيكو الصان تيل سلي جنة ساد بنينا ساهزلي ونانا شدو بنينا نانا آدنا هغادو أوتلان إيدو نانا سليو أكو جوي بنا الصان تيل جو نيكو أكو إيشي إن دنانا هتلون إيشي إيا جو إيشي إن دي دنا هغادي إيدو أوتلان سلحكي نخيدو بدني النادا جنو شي خاتزي أشايجين لينديكو أكو شيد أويو يان سنشتيلي كشيد زي حتى نوتزي أكو آي سي يغو شيبك إكادز دو كشيشي سكادو شي أشا أجي هوت إندا أكو جوكو إيا باندن الديو بنا جوي أدوشي نخيو بتصدي كاتي كو نهايت إتو أدو تصدزن أوتلايت إهيجي دي نخيو إشادو نخيات إتا دي نهاغاس اللادو نساك هيستو أوتلاس اللحجي ابن النا إيا نخيو بتصدي كا أساتي نخيو أول إلتوليل أساتي بي إلتحط أبي إلإندوليل أي شهدا بهني نادو ألتو جدي نيتان أكو أبي بحو أجن لا بدو نيجن أكو جو إيك أهو تحتي خجوهت نأكو يزاس خي أكو هد أكو أشي آدو شي خاشين زهنا هونجي كدات زان جو تنن هتلوني بدو نيت دي نشي آشتي وداتي خيجي زلتينغو سنن قدت هجيت كد يا نشي كد شتا أبياد كد نيتيل زلتينغو سنلي بي أكو دي جي كد نيل تنن هتلوني إنلي نهو كوسبيا آد ناغا
نياتيا وتيا بقروشا ينسي يتي دناتشو نافاهو أثلوت إنه القروشا وتيا نياتيا ينسي هوتي بقروشا
نيديلو أيرتي نيديل تامبان تولورين خانو تو جنراشني هو كنتو ثا دايلتي أيروتو أسيكنا تهجاني
أنونيت أسيكودوريليا إدينت أسيكودوريليا أشانيليا هو أير هوتي لاسا ويتيلتيني
Sen godere hil shude tatu not sorry ha but ni not sorry but ti not sorry ha then it's in ni ha then ha te yin ha ceremony ha chief blanket ulle e banai te e dinuria kanul tu asna darati hu e ceremony tla ho ko koradi asna de kanul tu sandre John Jerech huntu ceremony hotle. Nune no te tha ya ne ni ni dha ni sahne. Kulu bonaret ki John.
Dana sa asadan altani lo dela. Ku no halot ina no khani delu we beshona not na ba hodana. Na del tao na hi dana na hi ba ba tilerant ile. Do azi der yasti, you know, their government that oda no hinla no henni has to see that he bazi danli. Asi danek isi nanitia no hilia. Ezi ana sano halot ina. Asornet ina right Aso yat he bazi danli. Ko no halot ina nowhere. Arizona Navajo dana. Edina aslanat ubach alania. Yat hidali bazi. Nasa wedali nota. Aslamut hida yutwan. Kuluni jankarait ilila. Asi sa asano kahilshu. Ota asi dana no hal. Ni hade delo. No henni dali hastorosi. Una dali dali bazi. Ruda yel dali bazi. Kusi chahi yihi. Olabaran nastrihine. Siti Roman Catholic. Ani yandila. Kulu si sabahu asle de hestinga janhi si asid danek isi yasti horis ina antu yanne sinuchi kui hudile kisi bekena hasta horis in konastano Arizona and huntrana wasana san salot in the bahuntrana saha eiha edure kantu Nanastaru papayasti could also Saban Eltinorin Iha Nastan.
Adenasha Yatelzi, a Sikodorushani then, Tantu Denadona. Don't be new in I Yanatopa, Potadanara.
Kunaware slot in a batan Huntana Sahe. Next to a hood dealers and Cosin Bandanatan. Koza sao slot in a bana saha and also the decoration waloha and oasisa a sombinary snila aiha slot in mazon hanasa. Agosini yada Rakosha Tasishuha Salorot Hono Gosini Yada Nasoweti Nasahala Ayert Hunti Bachala near Sandot Fana as you own one little son was in slot in Matasaha.
Nasi dana what's in Jessie or Liao, your tails in bellot in a Ahayukani, the consent.
You'll have to explain to that.
I don't let Chicago, it was Mrs. Sky. Joy who got in the heart and then hit in the knee. Quay, I knew Nishkis at hard one, the content kick off. I don't need I don't need citizen, I don't hate citizen, she facing now, washing I don't down. Be in the Hoko, a deal, to Ben Hiatels and Hadishi. Be quite a dick handling or Hashinella, she got what's the day. Won't see so just be happening. What I got is
Ayer Bishoneri Yao, Nakis, Nasawena the Ya. Isa, who is sad than a running jargon.
Gutiers at a day, sir. Nick Ike, Tharwin Lehotzin, none in die.
Great. Yeah. Well, first I'll make one. And you want to take it? Yeah, I'll make one then. Or you can make one for yourself, see how it tastes. I know it tastes good. Laughing at everything I do.
go like this, kind of, you know, flatten out the edges, and then just flop.
car.
Is that what it means?
Well,
I think the creator it was the creator that brought him back over here. First one. So all the way from back over here to the heel over here, and then the rope back to the home, and to the door, and then coming back, and that the song was going down. It was the holy people that was doing that. He was walking with the spirit people, brought him back home.
هو بتصاري كل شيء شناخه دانا اي اننسا كده اروح يامه شمالو شجعلو دارين دا اكو اننسا دو شفاش ده هو ننسا خافي شفاس ده
كويسا اي سي ادبا تنتو تاني كاي يعني سي اي سان سبا اي سان توزو سيزي هريتي سيزي سان تانيا غوزي تيشا شوغيا كانين دشي وليه صوت اي سيزي صوت على سنه كوير سيزي سان تاو سني ادونا حجالا سجا سيزي كلي نيدا سباسي داد حجا اير تهو سيزي سان تاهي تاد انا چودي يوشي سيتا كويرو تات اهيت ساني اير تهو سيزي سان تاهي سبا انوريا نورست اركو
نيت اوريش ايتشو نو ياتيه هل تهيت نو تسيني عشان نيديله عشان نويل
So kuntu e sanili onni sene. Kuddin sanili hane. Kuatene nakke ul aanila. Kuatu nakke rile. Kuyatse no halotini dan so sen NWT doesn't have the 80 sans because it say hons ahdila. So ni zabe say delil sana sane cuz diri after the all the seventh generation and there kitino nela janos kana hel. Ay achene sanili on so den so kena. Ni not certainly ha.
She's a boy at the pipe in the Restina Dilini, who Zina says, what is he began as Tahi, Sabanuri Yanande, we Papi and Sozi, again, the Kosaro, the Starani, the Shumskedan, the Dusty Joe, and using Sequin Snake, and Udona, the Shalani Hodoric in Jadon. Could it be Anna Sabaya? Banri and pipe on the cedar because we did it. That's not a deal. I want to Sabanezu.
Ako schanta di nelukhe John de ya kinle no ya okot John ako ya in hinat onde la hot ende la John hit on ni oh di de kinle gi jo digin ako ni hot aba ni zun kode Joko digin ho alle pena de kit this ski da hoda Jo no go ya asha igin hishna Jo ta ya bikida dikha
Inakke Estalia de Denesuline ande Revitalization new da signate deal da ganai de han banun transin is dari e hiltsian was dilla e handu beganastra e andune banun transin in kasia in this in kaskanazin de
Asi anto bul ain ne sa. Asi ga bul anian ne sa. Then na general and radio another day then I said no which is the ni daranda. Koi da then was that day. And do bachelani tanisa ye. Alun ni chari tin si ni se sa. Ye shamul ande night sana di na sam do gana sta. Us ken dan ni bofa.
Kana na rush kanko. Masih salotina. Tidje korla na ja. Deliberately with the documentary, actually the film docu producer is again Angie Campbell. She lives in BC now, and I know it's being live streamed. So, Marcy Cho Angie, and we had some complications with the film man, the film person, and so thankfully I have some really nice connections. So we had. If James Alvarez is listening, he was from California. Thankfully, he said yes and helped with the professionalism with the documentary. But anyway, I just want to mention, because we do have a Dine Navajo in here. Can you please stand up? Hi, Masi. But that didn't eat any Alanda. But anyway, as I was saying, Nuhaya Tia Denesuline chu, the way Yanaganara did get to Huli, since I Kwasnana, the dinner. Deliberately, the languages were put in here so we can understand the similarities. But it's still there, the similarities. And somebody was talking about the dialects. You know, we say we have 3 dialects. Honestly, we have more dialects. Maybe 300, maybe 5. And so I just wanted to say a little bit about, okay, I have my student here, Gail Muskego. Gail is my student in a BA in Dene. And Gail at John's at a towards at a big occasion direct is a John. And she's gonna have her thoughts and perspective as a student, as a Denesuline person from Choichoktwe on the documentary. It's not going to be long, so just listen to her. And if time permits, I wouldn't mind a Q&A. So with that, Gail.
Adlana Desalotine. Gail Muskego Houche, Setani Cyril Muskego Chu, Rosini, Anani Rosie Muskego. Denesuline, Shochoktwe Denesuline Hesley. So this video is part of Jessie provided it to us as the students at University of Blue Quills. So briefly, the executive staff at the Blue Quills University, they have developed a comprehensive plan for development for our students, which includes not only language, but culture, and it leads us to open up our minds to spirituality. So seeing this video really connected me. So these are my thoughts on it. So the Peace Pipe reunion video. So my comment, the sheer improbability of it. So I thought the experience watching the video where centuries-old fragments of a peace pipe are united across vast distances in tribal histories is actually, for me, profoundly moving. These are the few impacts and points that I would consider you guys to think about. So first of all, the defiance of time and destruction. The most immediate impact is the sheer improbability of it all. The idea that a natural object, wooden and rock object, let alone a sacred one, could survive 3 days in a modern forest fire is remarkable. But then to learn that both pieces are centuries old means that they have already weathered generations of history, climate, and chance. Witnessing their survival feels like seeing time bend in itself, a powerful reminder that some things are meant to endure. The physical manifestation of connection. The moment the two pieces fit together perfectly is more than just a good fit. It is a physical and undeniable proof of a connection that transcends geography. It visually confirms a shared history, a relationship between peoples separated by thousands of miles that existed long before modern borders, and it makes an abstract idea of interconnectedness into a tangible, irrefutable reality. The story of wholeness and restoration. The pipe is not just an artifact, it's a symbol. Seeing it broken and then made whole again can feel deeply symbolic. It speaks to the possibility of healing and reconnection. It's not just an object, but for the peoples, the history it represents, to me, it's a powerful metaphor of mending what was broken for finding a lost piece of a larger story. A bridge across eras and nations. The video connects you directly to the people of the past who carved and used that pipe, and to the people of the present who found it, reunited it. It bridges the vastness of the Canadian prairies in the American Southwest, linking the histories of the Dene people and the Navajo, Dine, in a single breathtaking moment. You're not just the video here, you're not just watching an event, you're witnessed a forgotten chapter of continent spanning story being rewritten. And finally, when I saw it, a sense of humble witness. Finally, there's like a feeling of being a privileged witness to something sacred and profound. It's a moment that feels bigger than the individuals in the video. The convergence of fate, history, and nature. The observation of this video instills a sense of awe, humility, reminding us all of the deep, layered stories that exist all around us, often just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to be revealed. Masicho, thank you.
Masi Gail. Gail the Ted Dandit Asa. Haja Yenere Nilini Kuduhu Asuntila. Yeah. I think some of my students are here. If any of my students are here, no Dale, stand up, please. Let's acknowledge my students here. Oh, must see. I just want to touch up a little bit about UNBQ as what was Margaret's intro. UNBQ is a university. I mean, we're still talking about in the same sense of of the documentary. Yeah, it's a unique university in a sense. We have no affiliation with the Totine government. We're proposal driven. And many of us as Todanit in Elarite, but yet our hearts are there to help bring back our language. And the classes are very traditional in a sense, as best as we can. It's governed by the 7 nations. Of the 7 nations, Denesuline, and that's Astusola, Chochoktwe. Currently, right now, Sitlanes Eralas Nasayer. Sitlanes Eralas Nakulu, Thana Edenes Zaniles Eralas Nai. I do what I can. My students see that. And so I just want to say that the course syllabus, and I know Agnes is going to laugh at me on that. The course syllabus is that we develop it's ours. We don't take books off the shelf at the university. They're lived experiences. So the work, the teachings that happen to the students are quality work. And there are some instructors here. I have one with me right here. We're sitting right in the front, Linda Minus. And I have many mentors in here. Joe Hislop, Margaret Reynolds, and there are many others in here. Masino Helisiza. Said Dene Tarzan Niga. Masisa Dene. The other thing I want to mention before closing is if there are any questions, please. They say that no question is wrong. There's no right or wrong. We will answer the best as I can as an instructor, as a prof, as part of being in the documentary. And I also have my student. So I think we have a few minutes. Maybe we can have a couple questions if anybody has any questions to ask regarding the docu. Oh, Johnson. But that roof, Johnson, a lot in it. I must see. Yeah, because it was such an old documentary, I'm glad you mentioned that. I had to DVD kania. Will is called a DVD. I had to have it digitized. So I'll do what I can because Daniel, he's a tech man. I'll see what I can on that one. Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Horace.
Sylvester could igen en så första säga. Ja, Jessie. Could ya could then could to ha ana could asiahan borough house okay assume li ketil ko yete chasit deal ni dili lo de on ete beatie ça hot etcha it changa eto slave eto beavers in the Denesuline ane Navajos hair beavers tayo BC tita nasanate ayo get so had 53 it's 53 at the baskin huye dan Navajo ita yung sa tayo sino ni Denesuline sa night ni telo at o de itisuchi ikiti dictionary chile bagati maybe 1 year si atino just ni hakosa si atie on si atie kosa it is neither rilo university neither rilo na he yao se is a great sexually and astelo schooling bonisha or in some beneris ni yati atu yati ut eli ano just ni hasum ile atu estado don't get Jonathan, I mean, get Jonathan Sunla 85 seredo. Massinesta ne ha, non se ne va ne fa odo, no Eliaski. Merci.
Marcy Horace. Could the Hanta so deal? Like even comments are good. Go ahead, Nika. Yeah. Good
morning, salute in Denesuline, dietly Denesuline, Yatienat Seru, Denechanienat Senija, Night, so a church waker. Kuna told Ella Jazzing, nothing, head delu, Beatienat Seru, Beatieta de Aitini, Anisida, it does say ho anija. Kuluno ahone di hejas tot ine no hatkata delu tot injani naut seru tot ine no halate delu no tot ine no hayat keda ya ti hejo no scanner it's udanet in halia no scanner anjo ho ani sikatoro yele beat chekoli tadea tilu sik others it ikke charge other lanit Soon learning the you at this equi. Her you teneta atini, teneta bro, Nisman would say this equitilum. No hayat hebrew, neither henny said here. No, none no he chose. Don't see neg is to net in 90 on this. 149, 148, 149b. Got away yellow stood this lot in Colossi, and how the go shall. And then she said, "Catch you 12 Oscar, 69 years, things are not in there." Said, "Cat, I do ho on go young." Said, "Catch you in you in Tanana, nothing, they are today, called or ills." But see, go there in nothing, Leah, hereditary chief, daddy, be a cannot sunny. Said, see about 1909, a year old 28. No, I had fear. No, I had fear. I died, honey, and I sit and I died clean. A year old said, say it's September 9, 1919, John Godry, Yati, some back over there. Godry Nati, voting, Billy Bendis, Besida, said Joe. My Tony, then he said, yes, it's 1942. Close at same as the asked me, yes, Jew said, Chachu. A beat here. Dano he asked, he said, don't eat, he asked, he listened, don't eat dinner. But that is internet Jones. That oh, got away yarning day, Nesano. Who but it was Nines, then Colo, Jewel out just on. Colo, Arlo, the dog, Ilenesana. No, I asked him, Who says, can I say to a Tot in a hint at the art here, Benganatayati, Quarter Dantelu, it's an esa. Sinclair said to us, by driver's license, by he choose speeding, it's a two, it's suck. Said to it's Salakulu. Thought in the day of Tiasi, they thought in the Yastias, holy Sele Subatania. Thought in it by Asti, Heja. Don't sinek a sovereign numbers, but I'll use behind not treaty number. Then I saw Sinatu ho on go yade. Asun rights around as Asun the road, Ilisi. There's the no hat and no scan is the not agent. To allow just to home Hiastia. Colo history any day to retain. To other corners can it and at the day I day. No, the road Ilison is at Antenna and no deal. Cologia, I'm raised. History held me yard at always near this. Said, see it, you said, call the Hayasti, be at Fianats, and Nigara. Said to a key, I don't ask him at this one's nigger. Massy.
Massy Chosolot in a Kubalana, Lisa. So we have presentations, so Shahas and then the Shandayat here. Yes, so in a Marcy Chosorus, I see Nin Chu. No honey law, it's not no quen or nana, and now deal, Horeliano has a jota dear. No, he knew no day, do not, there's one that they still they can be the sonata deasa. Salute in a high massy chow.
Massy Cho, John, we've got a gift for you on behalf of our committee, Massy Nerusien. So, Gail, here's a bag. Ahdinos alu. Tsurdie hotel untager a 3-piece Sherpa set.
Just a little bit of housekeeping. There's maps out there if you want to take a look at them. It's got our Dene nations on them in our language. There's one though that needs to be put up there. Tebati. Which one is it, Linda? Tebati. Yeah, Fort Smith. So that needs to be put up there. Pardon me? Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, Masi. Next one, then before I bring him up, questions new no banonus ala. Then I know by 2 questions her kurder baga. Don't do baril diniha. Horlyun nenanathi yazant anad deja. Corilians and it is here no baho isla. Holland dene babanunt isla, they start to take up space. Good I question her real curlessy bagayal tila. Better I'll use Horace. Horace is on the agenda. Eina baho ala in el tiha. Dennis Horace siar silasa. Koli au agarilia. Solutions, questions are real current. Do it, don't usib and read dia. Asne the sanat delaja. Denegode guerrilla. Kutlant u documentary hurtsia. Chala quasi yilaja. Camera hutone. Camera doi ton la holding phone. What la phone are right in la. Conti see beril deno. Asne the begathing da denegode. Norest Iha. Kontu sie history honilten. Kontu bek eil niha. Asne de holano dollaza. Se heldu. Olabat orich ahorling and nenotzi. So questions neither Arulker, please. I'm not gonna take it away from you that the frustration, I know it's frustrating, I feel it. What I don't inunt are. But if I let it get out of hand, it's going to continue on into other presenters' time. Ayha bezini liaza, bet abaril diniha. Don't u another deliha. Not dau on. He said ZR Caesar. Because whole line, but so please, I understand, I don't discredit any of your frustration, anybody's history, but question time should be a question time, right? And Atadayo Tide, Huntano Delo, Hornge Danlado Tono, Atadayo T. Yanize Kont Anizan Dene gathering and that's a dear. No Haya Tiedita. Antanaya Tiedita Le Yans Yeret Allah. Research your season through the internet, the work I've been doing for 5 years. Denesuline, in Nahos arrest Allah, Dene Atia. No, his candy, hold on, so just a reminder, okay? I don't want to keep having to do this because it's uncomfortable for me too. Often the not deal, right? Kole, Dr. Jessie Tha Alainala, you know, Baril Kuranizan, Tlantu video, Tlantu yit, because it's a big puzzle. There's a big puzzle that is with us today. It's not about making our language the same again. I just went to Bechoko, you know, Kinchon people, they speak a different dialect. That's the way it is. I don't take that away from them. It's not possible. But each community, we can learn from one another. So questions are questions. Comments, keep them short. Otherwise, I got to go into other people's time and we're going to be here past 12 or we won't eat or, you know. So, that's one of the Dene laws. Respect other people, other people's time, other presenters, other people's, where they come from. So, I'm going to introduce our next presenter. Margaret is a member of the English River First Nation. She was born and raised at Dipper Lake. She only spoke her native language of Denesuline until she went to residential school in Beauval. Margaret attended high school in Labret, Saskatchewan, and graduated from Sion Academy in Saskatoon. She then went on to attend Manitoba Institute of Technology in Winnipeg, where she graduated as a medical lab technologist. Margaret has had 4 distinct careers throughout her life. Firstly, working as a laboratory technologist in Meadow Lake in Saskatoon. She then worked as a researcher for the Saskatchewan Indian Cultural College, where she wrote 3 books in the Denesuline language in 1983. Holy, that's older than me. She began her career with the Department of Social Services as child protection worker in Saskatoon. During this time, Margaret also began teaching at the First Nations University as a sessional instructor where she taught Denesuline language, protecting, preserving, and promoting and practicing her Denesuline language has become a very important part of her life and has become the forefront of her passions in her retirement. So let's give her a big round of applause. Margaret Reynolds, Masi.
Hey, salot ina. Margaret Reynolds Scar Estasana Hushe. The college chain. Nasta se do. Nani no helot in an nani daily on each other it's a Martina Sensei. Today I'm going to show a little film. It was in 1962. Don't unai tot in operate easy. A chapa chare cosinai Cosini yai, but it is. I'll show you the film about 15 minutes long, and
they'll show it on the film. So if you want to just dim the lights and you can. You're just going to find it on the computer. It was filmed in 1962. So you'll see some of your grandparents, Nechio, Notsunu, or Yoparetisi. I had Saskatchewan Indian Cultural Center and I that it was in Galai. It is Gani. But they do, Yanisot it is Dr. Jessie Sylvester by a year. She's going to edit it a year. Yanisot it is he guy. That's going to take 2 more minutes. I don't know computer, so they have to do this for me. Yeah.
His name is Moise McIntyre. His grandfather's name was a Chippewayan word meaning he who hunts the bear.
Everyday Inspired starts at Walmart.
Grammarly just got a major upgrade. They've introduced some AI tools, and they're way more than just grammar checkers. Once you've signed in, click on New.
He is a treaty Indian, born on the reserve at Dipper Lake in northern Saskatchewan. The devout explorer David Thompson passed this way in 1798 and wrote in his journal, "The Supreme Being has given this country to the deer and to the red man forever. Here, as his fathers for centuries past have done, he may roam free as the wind." Moise McIntyre can give up his treaty rights and leave the reserve any time he wishes. But he chooses to live and work here where he was born, and to live more or less as his ancestors have for centuries. The pattern of life is as old as time. The men hunt, Then the women take over. They live off the land. Almost everything they need is right on their doorstep. The only thing they bought at a store was the rope. You don't even use a knife for preparing the hides. The shin bone of a moose is a better instrument. It doesn't tear the skin. The tamarack gives you logs for the smokehouse, and balsam boughs, the sweet smoke that cures the moose meat. There is a cliche idea that Indians take no thought for the morrow. Of course, they don't think in terms of saving up money for their old age, but they make very sure of food supplies for the hard times of the winter ahead. The land gives you what you need to live, or you die. That was the old Indian pattern. What did they basically need to survive? Meat, fish, berries, skins for clothing, skins to make the teepees. When the meat was cured, it was always pounded into pemmican. Usually they mixed in Saskatoon berries for sweetness. A few bags of pemmican and a hunter could carry enough food for a month. That was the old way of life. On the reserve, the old way is changing. It's no longer the vanishing Indian. There are twice as many Indians now in northern Saskatchewan as there were 20 years ago. Twice as many mouths to feed. Moise's father usually takes his grandchildren along when it's a good day. He saved up some money trapping years ago to buy an outboard. And Dipper Lake is good for pickerel, whitefish. The catch is good enough to vary the diet of the villagers. There are only 60 mouths to feed, not counting the dogs. The dogs have to be kept healthy and nourished. Winter is coming. People on the reserve are generous by custom. You don't say, I caught this. This is mine. Everybody gets a share. At Dipper Lake now, there are new ways of doing things, though it is still based on the old Indian way. As a band of hunters in the old days, they worked together. Now they've organized a fishermen's cooperative. By pooling their resources, and with some outside help, they have adopted modern methods. Fishing at Dipper Lake has become a commercial enterprise. The fish will make dinners in Saskatoon, Winnipeg, Calgary. On many reserves in Canada, the economic resources are so slim that a decent standard of living is impossible. Hopeless. People are urged to move away from the reserves and get jobs and assimilate. But at Dipper Lake, they manage fairly well. Moise says, "Why should I go away? These are my people. This is where I was born. This is where I shall die." Father Morrow, who was stationed here for 40 years, was too ill on this Sunday to conduct the service, but they went ahead anyway.
Let's take a photo. Get all of us. Loosen up, Phil. You look great in red. Now you're smiling. Keep it. Maybe history.
No frills. Yes savings.
All the young fellows have, in their time, left the reserve to go to residential school, but they've always come back here. The old men have never gone outside. Life hasn't been too bad here, for those who survived. It used to be that because of white men's diseases to which they had no immunity, more than half the kids born never reached maturity. But that's changing now. Every Sunday, Granny McIntyre takes her daughter and grandchildren for a trip, but it's only to go a quarter of a mile down the lake. Dipper Lake is her domain. No one can take it away from her. The domain of the living and the dead. An early explorer's account of the Chippewyans reads, "The woman's son had died and she had to mourn for him 12 moons, crying in a low voice. About 6 months after this, I saw her again. She was no longer a sorrowing woman. I inquired of her the cause of the change. She replied, 'When my little son went to the other world, there was none to receive him. He was friendless and wandered alone in the pitching track of the tents. 2 moons ago, his father died. He has gone to my son and will take care of him. His father will always be with him. And when I die, I shall go to them.'" In winter, the Chippewayan bands used to travel enormous distances in search of game. Moe still spends the winter on the trap lines, but there's not much money in it. Fur prices are low, and the man doesn't want to range too far from home. He may be away a week at a time, but that's still reckoned close in to the settlement. The temperature was 42 below zero. It took him 4 hours to get from Dipper Lake to Pachuanak, 25 miles away. A very old man from Dipper had died in his sleep. Moise had come to Pachuanak for the burial and to visit relatives and friends. When Moise says, "I don't want to leave here," he means we are together. Some say you could better yourself if you went away and got a job driving a truck in Prince Albert. Lots of money in that. But on the reserve, you can go into any house. Their food is your food. In the old days, the Chippewayans lived and moved as a band. They had no governor, no ruler. If there was a chief, it meant only a man who was listened to, because he could tell where the caribou were likely to be found. Only as a band did they know the secret of survival in a cold, hard land. The old man had lived through the worst of times. When he was a child, it looked as if the band might disappear entirely. Yet by the skin of their teeth, they have come through.
Flights, cars, hotels, even a dream house?
Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
Old Spice Super Hydration keeps me 24/7 moisturized and smells like a Fiji vacation.
Ooh, can I try some?
The band of Chippewayans still lives to see the patriarch laid in the earth of his ancestors. In the north, there is poverty, but there isn't loneliness. The economists and sociologists are justifiably troubled by the grim conditions of life on some reserves. and some are baffled by the reluctance of many to leave it behind for the white man's world. They forget that some of the values of the old Indian ways still prevail.
Do you remember? Yeah. We saw our parents, our grandparents. We lived a simple life, and we're back together. 4 questions I always ask myself. Where do I come from? That's what's everything. Where am I going? Why am I here? And who am I? Those 4 questions you ask yourself, because we as Denesuline people, we're strong. And I know, Jessie, no, Sonani, Horiliu, that unite, Jessie, and I daily. It's what I do. I got any town, Esa, Dial to. Could the home, correct, Ile. When I'll kneel it on unite. Could the home as other real no scano, no to caso, but right is it. The home no need, as other real no hayat here at the end, as other real no hayat here, have a right is a jam. She's on the list, I asked he go shant, and I so Lina syllabics need the contour. This can ask that. Close says Kennedy. Then I saw Lineada, I'll take all ye. Close soon Nagaza to home. Then I did like a job. A paparast is it. I say her. Good ocean. The road time. A Johnson. Not in it, exactly. David Julio away. You can play the. And Gordon, Juliani, Elaine,
Si bien son financing, Portisia tear the star, dreaming and choosing the Baholi. Say Nanatons and Tway, Ayers a bar and young, dreaming and choosing the Baholi. It went these can, it done these can, dreaming and choosing the Baholi. Si attirer honesty, bit of his gen bushon, dreaming and chooses about holy. Dreaming it singing, dreaming it singing, dreaming and chooses about holy. During it singing, during it singing, during and choose about holy. See it is kissing me, dear will he'll say out, dreaming and choose about holy. Si bien son financing, Portisia tear the star, dreaming and choosing about holy. Say Nanatons and Tway, Ayers a bar and young.
Yeah, and this next song, him, it's a hit, yeah. I'm still using the old disc. I still have a machine that really syncs. How many of you have a CD player? Hey! Yeah. Way to go. I'll have to come to your house. Okay. It doesn't matter which one you play. Yeah, just play the first one or whatever you got there, David. Yes, yes, that's Ito yung granat, David.
holing. Belan sahod ewodni. Belan sahod ewodni. Belan sahod ewodni. Says the priest.
Those hymns were recorded by the technician. David is his name? Yeah. Yeah. You remember, huh? So our songs, our stories is so important. Teach your children to promote, to preserve, and to practice the Denesuline language. Merci, Cho. The whole, you know, the time. Merci. Go ahead.
Masi Cho, on behalf of Cold Lake First Nations, who the committee, Sino, no ideas, Tsura Health Sahu, Eat Adron Clara. Yeah, Masi Babatu, can I give her a big round of applause here? Thank you very much. By gospel, had Jenna Joe, hey, there need any jig. Say Khadir. Yeah. Yeah, go to any y'all dalu tours here. Fred. Seniors and Fred Nacy boy. But anyways, that's our morning presenters at Chilias, and so at this time, Burbout Dil. Ain't new. A-E-I-O-U. Sarsi. But I'll ask Agnes to come on up here again, and we'll bless, or you can do it there. We'll ask everybody to please stand up. Hey, Frank, open up that soup, please. Just take the lid off of it. And oh, who's doing it? Oh, Horace is doing it. Masi. So that's everybody. There's only elders here, so elders, you can eat. Yeah. ID need is on, so we're gonna have to see some IDs. So please line up. We've got some bologna sandwiches and click. Good deal.
What happened
you?
to your John?
No.
No,
Good deal. Okay.
I can introduce.
And but Zimbabwe already, so we'll get her to, tell us a bit about herself. Our next presenter is language instructor, John N.A. Janvier School at Babatluka Jamie Grambois, Masi Chodun Tselenohala, Hanona Hanazadun Zuniga. Let's see.
Idlanet esi Jamie Grambo Hushie, thot inet a kud denet a tsankwi Hushio, ku thot enat a mitzisku Hushie. Ja shua chotwe was the hotziast isa. My grandma and my grandpa were Loria Chu Rosa Gramboani Cardinal. Setsenene de Marguerite Grambois Senesha. Setsene thot inet a dodi yasti. Tedodi. Nalch ede bastard henny. Eyako, she was mad. We knew she was mad. I had no choice but to learn. I did my first part of elementary school in Coal Lake First Nations, was then known as Lagoff School. Then we moved into town, so I went to public school. And because I was speaking Bonlai all the time, at home, at school, and like somebody said, that my Denesuline fell asleep. I didn't hear it at home very much because I had to pass my grades, so I had to learn Bonlai. And then as I grew older, I moved to Dredesche with Sankia Jeanette, my mom's twin sister. Everybody talked Dene, Sequidali, everybody. So my Dene woke up there. I went to high school there, grade 10, 11, 12, and my first year, high school, grade 10, I took Dene class for the first time. Jessie Sylvester was my teacher, and my mother-in-law was the EA. So I did my schooling there, became a EA when I started having kids out there, and then I moved home. So now I'm home. I'm one of the youngest speakers in Coal Lake First Nations. And that's nobody's fault. That's the residential school's fault. That's not our fault. They taught us that was wrong. And that's what you guys went through. And it wasn't your fault. It was those priests, those nuns. They said it was wrong. So I moved home. I did a couple jobs here and there. I worked with the elders. I was a homemaker for the elders. And they knew I understood Dene, so they used to just sit me down and talk Dene to me. That's all they wanted to do. And I used to get in shit from all the other ladies. She doesn't clean up. All she does is talk to the elders. Well, that's what they want to do. They just let her talk. And then a position opened up, Head Start teacher through Linda Manusa's department, then a language and culture department. So I applied for that position, I got it. I taught a couple hours a day in the morning and the afternoon, just teaching basics to 4-year-olds. So I continued to work with Linda in the language and culture department, doing language stuff and culture stuff. I'd help Linda do some culture camps, and we'd invite the school out, and the Dene teacher at the school would just bring the kids from the school. And then came a time that the Dene teacher there, she quit her job, so the position opened up. So I asked Linda, I said, would you be upset if I applied there? She said, no, go ahead. Go ahead, I think you'd do good there. So I applied and I got the job. Funny story, I think it was the last 20 minutes. I was, Linda, can I go now? She said, yeah, go ahead, leave. It was my last day. So I played this song on my phone for Linda. Take this job and shove it. So in October 2019, I was the Dene language teacher at then Legoff School, now John N.E. Janvier School. There's no resources for Dene Yatia. There's a lot in Saskatchewan. I received a lot of resources from them. But it's not our dialect. That's the problem. We all have different dialects. But honestly, with my grandchildren, I'm a grandmother now. I have 2 granddaughters. I don't care what Dene my grandkids learn, as long as they're learning Dene. It doesn't hurt my feelings if it's not my dialect. Because whether we like it or not, Cold Lake First Nations, Linda said, what, 50? And you lied a little bit. I'm not over 55. How dare you? So I have to create my own resources in Dene. And I try to use our dialect. I don't want to step on anybody's feet. I don't want to get yelled at. I don't want to get in trouble. So I stick to our dialect. I phoned Linda. I phoned my mom. Tom P., she was our elder in residence. I talked to him, make sure I get the right words. We live in Treaty 6. We're the only Dene nation in Treaty 6. They have lots of Enach Anye resources, but barely any Dene. So it's really hard. And then the Alberta government, well, the federal government, because we're the only federal school here on the west side of Canada, we have to follow their way. So we need these resources. I need resources. I have to have so many hours of teaching in. They still pretty much tell us, what we need to teach, but I'm trying to get away from that because no, you're not going to tell me. And this thing, before Europeans came, before the colonizers came, our people didn't learn inside buildings. Our people didn't learn sitting in a desk in a chair. We were outside. From morning till night, we were outside constantly learning, doing things with our people. We had to, that's how we survived, just like that video Mrs. Reynolds showed. That's how we survived. That was our school. That's where we learned, was outside, not inside. So I create my own resources, and we have the 3 circles of life, past, present, and future. So I looked at that circle of the past, and each month there's different animals that we skinned, different animals we ate. Wintertime, there was different activities we did inside, springtime. So I try to follow that. Our elders made those 3 circles, Yanissi, so it must have some value. So I go with the months of that. But then again, that we can't really follow because winter months, we didn't do much. We sat inside. We didn't do anything. We told stories inside. Summertime was when we were really active because that's when we did all our berry picking, our medicines. It's when we went fishing. So I try to follow that, and I piggybacked off some other teachers that I've learned from. Therese Billette, I don't think she's here. She was, I was her EA for years. She made the Thinkse game. My kids call it Dene Bingo. You say bingo, you don't win. You have to say Thinkse. There was another lady, was taking a SILD program. She introduced me to Salasai, give me 5. So when kids do good, I tell them Salasai, they give me 5. I wish I had an elder that would come in all the time. We had Tom, which was great, but he stuck to more of the teachings of the treaty and stuff, what he was knowledgeable in. So I try to teach my kids basics, the students basics. Our kids are sponges. They soak up everything. If you repeat everything day after day after day, they'll eventually stick. I only have I had 33 minutes, now I got 40. Our school, they found asbestos in our school, so we kind of got kicked out of our school. Now we're in portables. So I'm still trying to do my best there. I asked our students, because when they approached me, they said, oh, we're going to have a conference. You're going to do a speech. What do you want me to talk about? Well, whatever you want. Are you sure? I can go on about nothing. So they said, well, why is the Denesuline language important? How do you teach the kids? We're all adults here. We all know why Denesuline is important. So I asked my students, why is the Dene language important? And their answers varied. And one little kid said, well, because we have to learn it. Yeah, that's true. A lot of them, they're pretty smart kids. They said, well, so we can talk to our elders. Some of them even said, because our language is disappearing. And they're right, it's disappearing. But the one question that I was really thrown back by was a little girl, little Beltsazaza, cute. She said, teacher, I said, what? If there's no more residential schools, how come our grandmas and grandpas don't talk Dene to us? I said, I don't know. She said, I hear Dene, I hear some grandmas and grandpas talking Dene, but they don't talk Dene to us at home. How come? I don't know. She said, maybe you should ask your grandma. And she said, they have nothing to be scared of anymore. No one's going to get mad at them anymore. And it almost made me cry because kids are smart. They see. And we take them for granted sometimes. So we all know in Cold Lake First Nations, we are losing our language. I'm only one person and I try. I do my best. So I did so. I'm not allowed to record this kids. I was going to do a video, but I didn't have anybody's permission, no parents' permission. So I just video recorded them on my phone, just some sound, like just recorded. So let me start here. This is my grade ones. I do a circle time with my grade 1s, 2s, 3s. And it seems as they get older, they just don't even care, because if it has nothing to do with their phone, it's not cool. I want nothing to do with nothing. If it's not on here, I want nothing to do with it. And I don't give my kids tests. I don't. You're doing your best. That's perfect. That's all I want you to do. Do your best. And then I'll grade you on that. Just participate. Perfect. Another funny thing, because I asked them, they have to ask me to go to the bathroom. I tell them, you're not asking me, you're telling me. And when I started there, they said, Bit azi nawasa. So I thought about it. Well, Yanisi, we went Bit azi to go to the bathroom. We don't go Bit azi anymore. So I said, well, I'm going to change this, because they say Bit azi nawasa and they don't come back, and I look outside, they're outside. Well, I gave them permission to go outside, so I better change that. So now they say, Tsankwen nawasa. I have one of my little students here too, him too, he's Enna. But he lives on Cold Lake First Nations. He'll ask me, Tu wasta? Go, drink some water. So I do my 5-10 minutes with my kids and before class, before we start lecture, I guess, or whatever. But this is my grade 1s. Oh, kindergarten. So those are my kindergartens. So this is my grade 2s. My grade 2s are really, these ones are really good. They're really smart. Here they're counting up to 30. So they go all the way to 30 in that one. This one, let's see, where is it? Okay, no. Wow. Where did I? No, okay, so this is my grade ones. We are a Catholic school, so. So we have a kindergarten teacher, Natalie Bear. She's been there 20 plus years. She's a Thotinets Equi, but she really pushes for our kids to learn Dene. And one of the things we do too, I do with my kindergartens is shapes. She uses the Dene language in school. She even signs with them. So when she tells them Ninda, she'll sign Ninda. So our kids are not only learning Dene, they're also learning sign through this teacher. So I also ask our kids, how do you want us to teach you Dene? What do you want us to do? And they said, talk slow to us. Talk to us in Dene. I said, well, what if you guys don't understand? How do you want to? Tell them to make us. Use their body, use their hands, teach us. These kids do want to learn Dene. I think their little spirits are sleeping right now. Their little spirits need to be woken up. The Dene language is very important because we can't call ourselves Denesuline if we don't speak our language. I'm speaking English right now as it's easier, and I tend to fumble when I'm speaking Dene when I'm nervous because I am nervous, I'm shaking, that's why I got my hands in my pocket so you can't see. So, I think that's all I got to say. I really didn't have anything planned. I didn't know what to say. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And from words from our little ones, don't be scared to talk Dene no more. No one's gonna hurt you. No one's gonna get mad at you. Speak Dene to your babies, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. They need to hear it. They wanna hear it. I'm not trying to give you a shit or anything, but that's just my 2 cents. Masi.
This is my Celia, my daughter, but that's my sister's daughter. I love her so much. I have a great-grandson, Ezariah Juliason. He said, he came home, he sleeps with me, he says, Kama, let's pray. You know how to pray? Yeah, let's pray in Dene. Oh, okay. So we say the Our Father at night. Then we say the sign of the cross. First we say it in Dene. But I don't know how to say the Our Father in Dene, so we teach them that prayer. But it's because of the teaching that's at the school that he's even able. This is my great-grandson, my son's daughter's son. So we need to keep it up. We need to keep up with our kids, teach our kids, and I'm to blame too, but I talk with them now. I told them, Niti, I know what that means, Grandma. I said, what does it mean? Go to sleep. I said, yes. So anyway, Masi, Celia, Siniasa, I want to give you a gift from us from the Language and Culture Program. Masi.
I'm going to Mexico there. It's Aders Ahase.
Okay. Okay, my friend. Is he coming in now? Oh, he's coming in now. You wait for him. Ellis? Sorry about that. I'm gonna do her.
Yeah. Masi. Burka the Yazan Chase Tina. So Masi. Thank you very much. So I'm gonna continue on. I know everybody's got 30 minutes, not to be rushed or anything, but make sure you present your full presentation. Don't want to rush anybody, a couple minutes here and there, but just be mindful, I know, of course, Nicola, I want to get, I don't want to rush anybody through any presentation. So up next, we're going to invite Language Nest Coordinator Margaret Marshall. Judy is going to read her bio. So I know it's 8 minutes early, but we're going to carry on. Masi Cho.
Again, good afternoon. Judy Neswushesa Johnson. I'm going to introduce my lifelong cousin, sister, schoolmate, classmate, Margaret Marshall. Margaret was born in Cold Lake, Alberta, and her parents were late Cyril and Rosie Muskego. She was the fifth child born into a family of 15. She spent most of her younger years with her grandparents, late Monique and Elsie Arnest. When she was 6 years old, she lived full-time with her mom and dad because she started grade 1 at the school near their home on that little reserve. First time she saw non-native kids and a white teacher, she was sure she was going back to get sick because the kids and teachers had no color on their skin. So that was her first experience in an institute of learning. And if she had a choice, then she would have run out of that school. Anyways, long story short, she completed her grade 12 there, and soon after was done school, she married her husband, late Armin, and had 4 children, 3 girls and a boy. In 1985, she went to college and received a diploma in the Child and Youth Care Program through Grant MacEwan. I would say this in Denver if I knew how, absolutely. She worked at Legoff Day School at the time for 10 years teaching kindergarten, and in 2000 she re-entered college and obtained her level 1, 2, 3 in early childhood development program at Blue Quills University. Although she reached this level, she decided to enter the Bachelor of Education at Blue Quills University and transferred to the University of Alberta in 2005 for her 3rd and 4th year. Unfortunately, in October of 2005, her husband returned to the spirit world, so she withdrew from that program and decided at that time not to return to university. A few years later, Linda Manous brought to her attention a program offered at the University of Blue Quills in the Bachelor of Arts degree in the Denesuline language. Her interest was sparked again, and she returned to the university life and obtained her Bachelor of Arts in Denesuline. After she finished her degree, she decided to go on and reach for the stars by entering the master's degree in Indigenous Studies and Language. In October of 2023, she was diagnosed with cancer, but she refused to let that control her future endeavors and continued with her studies from her hospital and personal bedroom. At times, she could only sit for a bit, but she was determined to complete what she started. She graduated with a master's degree from the University of Blue Quills 2004. Then in May of 2024, she worked on an internship program for Cold Lake First Nations and was hired full-time. She always tells Linda nabbed me up before anyone else could, LOL. She laughed so much doing this job that she even started early basic Dene to children and adults. She comes with not speaking her language fluently to have the ability to teach and learn a few words in Denesuline. She's in a good space and she loves what she does. She dreams that one day before she leaves this world, she will at least hear one child speak the Denesuline language. Asi. I introduce to you Margaret Marshall.
Itlanet esalot ine Margaret Marshall Hoshiat Loachokwe, which gives me great pleasure to come and share with you some of the stuff that I do with our language and cultural program. I grew up not speaking my language at all. I was really lost when I started the Denesuline language. However, I had some mentors at that time, and they helped me through the program, and they helped me with my studies. You know, I'd like to acknowledge those young ladies today. There was Joyce Mitchoice and Shirley Cardinal and Bridget Machadas, and also Linda Minus, who were there with me throughout my studies and walked me through a lot of my assignments. What I'm going to share to you is just some of the work that I do within the community now. Okay. And I just wanted to share that with you. And the first slide I have is just the Denesuline language and culture for Cold Lake First Nations and its logo. I have to go back and read. Oh, Linda did a consensus of the fluent speakers in our community back a few years, and at that time she was at a very low rate. I think it was about 70, maybe less than that. Fluent speakers, and since then many of our elders have now returned to the spirit world, and we're losing our spirit, our Denesuline language at a rapid rate. Our department is branching out in many areas. And one of them, we have a program called Bridging the Classrooms, which is we have a group that goes out into the town schools and teaches our art of science and history and whatever, you know, to break that the gap between the non-native and the native students. We're trying to lessen the prejudice within our school systems. You know, a lot of our children leave our reserves and they go into these schools, and many of them end up quitting because of the racism that goes on in the schools, because all around us is all non-Aboriginal school. We're the only one that has the school on our reserve, and it goes up to grade 8. And the people that we have there that works within the school are Danny Moore and Mariah Pale and Russell, and they go out and they hire artisans, they hire people, resource people to come in and help these students. Sometimes I go in and I tell stories. I give a brief historical overview of our traditional territory and the people that we are as Denesuline people. And this one here, the Language Nest, is a program that I will be coordinating in the near future. Both Linda and myself went over to the Manawagi, I think that's what it's called, the Ganawagi. Ganawaki community in Montreal, and we witnessed a language nest. And what it is, it's like an ordinary house. People come in, parents come in with their children, and there's absolutely no English spoken in that area. Linda and I both went in as non-speakers to their language, but they told us that we had to speak our own Denesuline language to each other if we're going to speak, because they really stressed that no English be spoken in their facility. We had a great time. They were telling stories, and Linda did some Denesuline to the little kids, and they were picking up so fast. It was really cute to watch them and to sing and play songs with them. It was awesome. It was an awesome experience. Also, the language nest, like when we have it here, we're hoping that we will have a building in the near future where we can provide the service to mothers and babies, because we know it's a fact that if we teach those babies and mothers our Denesuline language, they will pick up. And I teach over at the daycare the Denesuline language to the little kids, and we do little things that, like with them, teach them how to count, teach them colors, teach them songs, teach them whatever I can as a learner, like I'm always at Linda's doorstep. But it was such a great experience to see that happening. And I do believe that if we do continue with the babies, we have a chance of revitalizing our own language. We're like what Jamie said, we create our own resources. We create, we use songs that are like out there. We switch the words to Denesuline, and that's what we try to promote it within the daycare and wherever we have students. There's this one picture there. This was in the Ganawaki community. These ladies that you see on the board, I wouldn't dare say the name on top because I don't want to do injustice to that nation. It's pretty hard I don't know how to say that. And then we have, in the summer times, we host a number of, summer, winter, whenever, spring and fall, we host our language camps. It's a land learning basis program, and we have people from the schools, all the schools in the district. We have our members, we have our youth, we have, we teach, we have fishing, we have hunting, we have, we do moose hide. Like they make moose hides, and they have artisans, we have stories, we have all kinds of activities that for the children to spend the whole day at our camps. And so far up to this time, it's been quite a success for us, and we enjoy doing that every year. Although it is a lot of work for us, we still go out and we still continue doing that work, because we need to engage in our children almost daily so that they can continue to hear our language and not become foreign to it. Because that's where I was with my own Denesuline. It was like I was foreign to it. But somehow, some way, through the repetition and things like that, I've been able to pick up quite a few words. And I'm really proud of myself for doing so. And I continue to practice as I go on. And the daycare is that's the area that I'm concentrating on right now. I have my colleague, Trina Granba, who comes out with me, and I'm training her to like trying to train her to do lesson plans, how to teach, and to share some of the knowledge that she has. And together we go out and we do activities. We go and we do our days of the week, our colors, whatever it is that comes up for us. That's what we are out there doing and teaching. The children, I found when we first walked in, they were kind of hesitant. They didn't really want to repeat what we said, but after a while I started to play games with them and started to like bring it up to fast pace, because you all know that children have a shortest attention span, so I had to be really fast and get them and play games, and with that they started to repeat after us because it became a game to them and they remembered. Like when we go in there now, if we start saying the words, they'll say it right after us, and the pronunciations are getting better each time we go in to the facility. And there's a Gia Honchilai, our campsite fireplace there, and we've had many fires around that place, and we've had many stories, and we've had many people come and sit around that fireplace, and many of them have gone home to the spirit world. And I'm really really wanted that fireplace to be shown, because that's where, you know, like we are people of that land, and we share our food, we share our stories, we share who we are around that fireplace. And one of the biggest traditions of knowledge that we have is sharing, you know, and caring, you know, and we learn those teachings as we go along in this program. And Masay Chog Salot in, I just want to know if there's any questions you'd like to ask, and, you know, I'll do my best to answer. Masay Chog. Oh, I wanted to share a story about Linda. Okay. When I was doing my practicum, after I did my Bachelor of Arts, I had a period of time there where I came in to work with her. I was on interim, and I worked with her for a year. And after I was done that year, I went into her office and I said, "I'll never, never, never work for you again." Why? Because you're so darn mean. I told her. And here I am working with her again. They say fools never learn.
Big jetties. Masi cho. And, you know, feel free to chat with her, ask her about, you know, working, because I do believe that from a young age, you know, all of us fluent speakers, we were just surrounded by that, right? So I'm going to ask you guys a question. What are you doing today? Two. You see, look at, just not patient at all. What are you doing today to help efforts of language revival in your own home or whatever it is you're doing? What are you doing yourself? Sire, my part is that I share Dene language and culture through social media. That's my part. What is your part? What are you doing? Or are you saying, good morning, how was your sleep? So those little things are efforts towards language revitalization. We're not just up here, oh yes, a kudara, you know, we're doing it. The other day, so not case of quiz, it's only 2 different women, so I had to take her home. And Beshene hek hedas klazen desi. Kuya tates in de beshen dich auto and all that, right? Nu nide beshene hek hedas klazen desi. Arzinolto, huh? Hanyo. Car hek hedas klazen. Oh, you started the car. So kontu yanere ni, you know, bari ade, and then hotla inla. So it's those are some of the things I do. And I challenge you, ask yourself, what are you doing yourself personally so that someone else hears the language, right? So ask yourself that. And we're just flying along here, boy. Everyone wants to go to the casino. Everybody wants draws. Oh, you want to do a draw? 2 of them. For the food saver. Oh yeah, I need one of those, boy. Okay, green ticket. Denaya bagay was tieros za, okay? Und let den destralanti le goleja. Elkedie, lastie, ketra, nake, kedie, die. Nake 0. Dodi 420. Last 3 numbers. 420. Yeah. Oh. Oh, let's see if we got a bingo here. What's your name? Where are you from? Shauna from Plutzoge, you got yourself a winner, yeah. Oh, yes, so you're going to keep that. We will put this back because we got Oiler tickets to give away on Friday. Anybody like the Oilers here? Hey? Yeah. Diane, right? Diane, is it? What was your name? Diane? From Lutz, okay? One more time. What was your name again? Shauna. You guys all had it wrong. Okay, last 3 numbers. Thought you need the numbers. Last 3 numbers. 3, 7. 7. 3, 7, 7. Last 3 numbers. You got her? Okay, you won yourself. Well, we got to confirm the bingo first. A shoe rack. What's your name? Where you're from? Doris Couillard. From where? Fishing Lake Métis. Right on. Thank you. Thank you. Just you two from Fishing Lake? No? Where are you from? Yeah. From here? Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Fishing Lake Métis. Let's give a round of applause here. Thank you for being here. So, everybody's trying to, work towards revitalization. Of course, Métis Michif, right? They're half Totine Banla and half one of us, either Dene or Cree. So thank you very much. So carrying on, but going to continue on here. Our next presenter comes right from here, Cold Lake First Nations, a student at Blue Quills University. Let's give her a round of applause here. Noella Amab, the judge of all judges from
Treaty Days.
Treaty Days.
Adlaro salot ine. Noella Amab Hushe, John Shue Chop Toils in the Sushine History. Seti Kui, a Stephen Chu, a Rosalie Amab Huyeni. Kusetie Kui Zanu to Zuli Janvir Daulye. Se Tabati Kui Paul to Eliza Tuba Daulye. D says Kene Tanits Equio Itlakadeneyu Luella Julio Lindsay Brittany Brent Tani said two cars say not that it's a quazu Itlakadeneyu Juliana Julio Anzel Julio Kuti Austin Duho si yini wo heather si John or you said he quill the kill or you Tani the Denny. I will now translate for those that didn't understand the language. My name is Noella Amab and I'm from Cold Lake First Nations. My parents are Steve and Rosalie Amab. And my grandparents were John and Julia Janvier. My dad's parents were Paul and Eliza Tuba. So Amab isn't actually my real last name. Tuba was our original name, and of course we all know that the names were changed by the missionaries. I have 4 children, 3 daughters and 1 son. I have Luella's the oldest, Lindsay, Brittany, Brent. I have 3 grandchildren. They're Juliana, Austin, and Hazel. Out of my family, all of the kids from my family, I was the only one that has ever gone to school and I graduated. My children so far have all graduated, and 2 of my grandchildren. So I'll just do a bit of history of where I grew up. I lived in Le Goff with my parents and my siblings. My late brother Leonard and I, we spent a lot of time with Denesuline and Zano because of the dysfunction in our home. My mother left my father when we were very young, and she had moved to Edmonton. Growing up, our parents only spoke English to us all the time. I am so grateful to have been around my grandparents and to all the other elders from our community that spoke our Denesuline language. I remember Yanisi, all the elders would gather after church on Sundays and go have a meal together by the old hall. And they would be telling stories, and all you could hear was just laughter. It's because our language, when we tell each other stories, it's so much, it's funny, some of the stories are so funny. And nowadays we don't hear very much of that anymore. And I really missed those days that I recall as a child. And then when our grandparents would go get together with other elders from the community, and they'd go pick berries together, and we'd stay up and, for a week. Lost other, they used to call that, and I never even knew what that meant. All I just remembered is a lost other. But that's where everybody went, and we all camped together and picked berries. And our grandmothers we'd stay there for about a week. I guess we were getting ready for the winter. Plus, when they went fishing, and then we used to celebrate our treaty days for 7 days. And back then, everyone, all the Ashnade, they only spoke the Denesuline. So that's what I miss about our language. A little bit of history about education for about myself. I attended Lagoff School until grade 7. We were only taught English. And then I went to the town school, and there again, it was only English as well. In grade 9, I was forced to learn French. Like Jamie said, if you wanted to pass your grade, you had no choice but to speak another language. And then I also attended school in St. Paul from grades 9 to 12. And I graduated in grade 12 in St. Paul, Alberta. I moved back to Cold Lake, and I had moved in with my partner. And my partner was a French-speaking person at that time, and of course spoke very little English. Eventually, I would move to Calgary in 1981 when my daughter was only 2 months old. And I lived there until 2020, and then I moved to Beaumont with my daughter. When I lived in Calgary, the only time I ever spoke Denesuline was when I would phone by March. That's the only time I ever could actually hear the words. Vi March, who's also from Chouet-Choctouet, she's a very fluent speaker in our language. She was my mentor for all these years. I've been away for 40 years from my community. When I would come home to visit Cold Lake, that was the only time when I heard the language spoken. And I recall there was always laughter when the people were speaking. Throughout my life, I could not read or write the Dene. For some reason, I could read and sing in Inayatieta. How I even knew that, to this day, it still kind of baffles me that I'm a Denesuline, but yet I could speak, or I could sing in Nata. And I still can sing in Nata. I enjoy singing with I call her my sister Vanilla there. And I enjoy singing with her because she's got a really powerful voice, and that's Vivian. And we also went to school together, her and I. I do not know, like I said, I did know. So because I only understood the Denesuline, I never felt confident enough to speak to elders. I was afraid because I didn't know how to pronounce a word or to say the proper words to them. I often wished that I was a fluent speaker or knew how to read and write in Dene. I heard about the Dene language program being offered at the University of Blue Quills a few years ago, but because I did not live in the area, I did not apply. In 2024, my daughter and her cousins were looking into this program. So that is when I decided to submit my application and was accepted. Since September 2024, when I began online classes for the language program, I am a lot more confident to speak with Salotine. I have now learned to read and write, and slowly beginning to write more stories and stuff in the Denesuline language. My hopes, by the time I complete my studies, I will be able to write everything in Dene. Currently, I am in my second year of studies, and I feel I am a much more fluent speaker, as well as reading Denesuline, writing in Denesuline. And I've also had the opportunity to learn syllabics that my Uncle John Janvier created for us to use the charts. I am aware of our Dene Yatia is in crisis, and I want to do my part to revive it. I would like to see everything written in Dene at Chukwe, including all our signs that are posted on our nation and our buildings. My goal is to complete my studies and earn my Bachelor of Arts in 2027. I would like to become an instructor in our community schools, or the daycares, or the town schools. Many of our students attend. I would also like to support our children learning by staying connected to the values and identity that shape who we are. Denesuline is an ancient language and must never be lost. Our language is our identity. That is who we are when we identify ourselves. My vision is to see the Denesuline language woven into everyday life taught in all schools and throughout our community. I believe our language is a vital part of our identity and it deserves to be visible, spoken, and celebrated. I want to help ensure the future generations can have the opportunity to learn, speak, and carry forward our Denesuline language with pride. Currently, there are 9 of us students that attend the university. Our youngest student is 24 years old. And I am so amazed on how these students have picked up to something that have never even spoke the language at all. And so I'm also there to help the students and to pronounce the words and encourage them. I think as students, the most important thing is when the younger people are trying to speak, instead of saying, oh, you don't know how to say it, don't say it like that. It's better to have encouragement and help us to pronounce these words properly. I have always had, my heart has always been my community and my language. I've also helped, I was very grateful that Val Wood had asked me to assist her in Edmonton when she was teaching in Edmonton. So I had the opportunity to help teach her there. And now I also have, I call them, they're my sisters. I have Cecilia Machadas, who has graciously, I guess, taken me on as a newbie singer. She's teaching me to sing in Denesuline Yatie. So every time we go to church or there's wakes, it's her and I that are singing. And as I'm so grateful that I can still have someone to teach me these things. And we really need to work together and try and continue to revive our language. And I guess that's about all. Message if anybody has any questions. Oh, what I did want to show you is, somebody can come and see me after, but these are the charts that my Uncle John created. So we students now know how to do syllabics. And not only it's the syllabics, we are learning the culture. We are learning about Nedie. It's not only just to learn how to read and write. Our instructors are, I have Jessie Sylvester, I have Linda Manous, Ramona Ballette, I have Ross, and then I also have Gabrielle. And these instructors are really, really helping us to move forward and helping us to revive our language. Like Jessie said, even me, some of these words that I speak now, I didn't even realize that I knew these. It's like she said, it was sleeping and now I've awakened. So I encourage, there's no age limit going to school. I'm probably almost the oldest student in class, but you're never too old to continue to education. And let's just do what we can to try and revive our language within our community. Masi cho salodina.
Masi, Dr. Negia. Hey, just kidding. On behalf of our organization committee, must see show and continue getting that piece of paper, that degree. Sorry, so must see. Thank you, thank you.
So it's gonna work.
You want to take a break?
We should maybe take a break. Okay. Because there's that lady that wants an hour and we're giving her half.
Okay.
So it's.
Who, Lucy?
Yeah. So we can move.
Okay.
Earlier.
Yeah, we'll have a short little break, 10 minutes. I know you guys are getting bored. I'm just kidding. But we'll take a little break. You guys want some fresh air? Get some smoke-filled lungs. Hey. So, get some fresh air. Go see the vendors. Also, I've got some sweaters. I've only got like 20 left. They're $50 a piece. So, language is medicine hoodie. If you want to buy some, that's going to be the last of it, and not. Some people keep asking me if you have that Denesuline sweaters, and no. So thank you. You can buy some there. I'll be hanging around downtown here by myself. Way ahead of time, eh?
Yeah.
It's good.
Lucy,
Once an hour, right? They see a few vendors here. So I have one. NART podcast. Huh? Yeah, you tapped out and that was.
Let's choose one. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got me confused. Yeah, I got it.
Nervous. Couple platforms like 30,000. About that, I mean everybody. I don't do that, but it's on any groups. There's just people out against with me. Yeah, and it's like, what that means.
Never heard that.
Alrighty, we'll get everybody to sit down. Free stuff here at Sarzinske. Just kidding. So, we'll get everybody must see. Give me back my money, Henny. It's genau dieser. Under. From Dylan? Recognize it. Okay, we'll get started here. Please make your way to your chair, through your chairs. Traveling late, then I was busy the next day. Okay, one last call here, and we'll continue on. Okay, let's keep the show going. Quick break. Masija Noella Amab. Margaret Marshall and Jamie Grambois. So continuing on the Dunzaniga Salotine Ejandre. No, it's the next speaker. No Halyatia Denia Tie Baze Jeresh Chiots Antinoani Yadesi Lucho Twizen. Denultide and make sure what tie den horilt and zone lazy baze see horilt. So Lorette Chanelque is a proud member of the Buffalo River Dene Nation in Dillon, Saskatchewan, within the Treaty 10 territory. Born to Solomon and Anastasia Billette, she comes from a family deeply impacted by the Beauval Indian Residential School, where her father, she and her 4 siblings attended. From that history, Lorette has drawn strength, resilience, and purpose. She has 2 daughters, 1 son, and 6 grandchildren. She holds a bachelor's of education and a master's degree in education and has served her community for many years as a classroom teacher, Dene language instructor, been the land-based coordinator at Buffalo River Dene Nation School. So Salotine, help me welcome to the stage Lorette Chanelque. Merci. Basilio? Okay. Definitely another. Daniel, what happened?
Yeah, here.
Oh, that's one? Just wait. Oh, okay. So, 2? 8 day. Good. Okay, there we go.
Merci Salotine. Kudon, colleague First Nations, Merci Benestan. Aja, Nohana here, and then no success news as unfonal yania. I don't think I manchus lands by yet. Merci Benestan, don't John Nohal Hindao, Nohal Naga, no Sethlinia, Aya. See Lorette Chanelque, who she address shows us in Saskatchewan. And then to Satani Salamo Billette Hulier, who another Anastasia Billette, Bistela Ahutzi, then other Tani Saskano, not than it's a cool town than you. Kani Councillor teacher had it's a first year, this year, grade 310. A billion Sarah's Shale and Chanelque, Hulier, a Degani University, Dania. I tap. So that's a great milestone for my family. And Satani Holnik are the thinny. Then I have Tida, Johnson, in I just Tida, and you, then it's on that thinny. The Sang, yeah, Satsini Joy. Sagata a Kotila, Cosita Hingare Kuni, Natani, the Seshni, Thini Ahani. What am I going to learn from you today, Henny, Thiani, Shantayani, Yada Kotla Kotifinia? Satasal mobile letni. See, dress shows us who, to whom ya, Paniganastra, a quihel. Sananakaya, the coin of Tanqua, Agalas Nadon. Fozo nana, then the Saquihel, Dene Ganastre. Anne de Chinyao to Gazon. Then do Sakri Haldale Teatu, then do Denejalania. A Bazi Sakri Hel Agalasna. A Dreya Hilsinia, a Yausile. Introduction to Buffalo River Dene Nation School. Buffalo River Dene Nation School is committed to a holistic approach to education that embraces land-based learning by incorporating local cultural arts, Dene language, and environmental stewardship into the curriculum. The school fosters a profound connection between students and their identity, culture, and the natural world around them. Personal journey, influences, and inspiration. As the land-based coordinator at Buffalo River Dene Nation School, nearly 8 years engaged with students from nursery to grade 12 in a land-based learning. My late father, Solomon Billet, deeply influenced my path, embodying the principles of land, of hard work and self-sufficiency through a life dedicated to the land, instilling in me the importance of education drawn from nature and cultural heritage. That's my dad. My dad was a hardworking man. He went hunting, trapping, fishing, and he was a woodsman, meaning that con another every year. Lukede, se kon fence bane, kondanesh anthony. The taba you read there. Hayaha. A kutla kod dithani than a hell nida. Bit as in the Chenya. A such a university, sir, honey. Odi. A adum a beate and a snew can't do a galasna, Sakrihel. A Jewish chain no hanana, Haralian night day. Two cho ho on no nare. Dillon, Saskatchewan is a stunning community rich in a natural beauty. It features the expansive Peter Pond Lake, known for its sandy beaches, diverse fish species, and year-round fishing opportunities. The winding river further enhances the landscape, offering exciting activities such as canoeing, boating, and kayaking, while the surrounding land provides berries, medicinal plants, and wildlife, making it a perfect environment for land-based learning and cultural experiences. Adresheni yada, Tambani yada. If you look across, you can't see the trees across. That's how huge our lake is. Everything about the land, the birds chirping, the waves of the water, and the whispering wind, all create moments of meditation that connect us deeply to our identity and culture. The land teaches us the stories of our ancestors, guides our traditions, and nurtures our language, making it an integral part of who we are as the Buffalo River Dene Nation. Overview of the land-based program. Buffalo River Dene School land-based program seasonal year plan. It's interrelated and I can go to any color throughout the year. It's a year-round engagement. The land-based program is an integral part of Buffalo River Denesuline School, operating throughout the entire school year to ensure continuous engagement with the land and culture. Dedicated leadership, led by land-based coordinator, myself, and assistant Vivian Sylvester, the program emphasizes hands-on learning experiences for students of all ages and backgrounds. Community partnerships. The program collaborates with the Jordan Principal team to create meaningful events and activities that promote cultural understanding and community involvement. So JP, Jordan's principal, has a major part in our land-based program at the school. Inclusive learning for all grades, involving students right from nursery to grade 12. The land-based program ensures that all students have the opportunity to learn about their culture and identity through direct interaction with the land. 8 years of impact. So that's when I started my position as a land-based coordinator. Celebrating its 8th year, the program has become a staple in the school's curriculum, demonstrating a lasting commitment to land-based education and cultural preservation. Cultural wisdom from elders, utilizing knowledge keepers and elders from the community. The program enriches students' experiences with traditional teachings and cultural practices. Building strong relationships. By fostering relationships among students, staff, and community members, the program strengthens the connections to the land and cultural identity. Cultural integration. Incorporating culture, ceremonies, traditions, and language, the program is dedicated to preserving and promoting Dene heritage among students. This is my grandson, Chase. Activities and events in the land-based program. It's been about 5 years, I think, now that I've been taking students out on a hunting trip. So this past September, we've taken some girls out to our annual girls hunting trip. And we went to Waterpee Lake, an exciting trip where all girls participate in hunting at Waterpee Lake. We went to other lakes as well, fostering teamwork and survival skills while connecting with nature. And here's a student holding a moose nose. Let's see. And then we had 2 girls that had the experience of witnessing a moose being shot when they were out hunting, and they were so excited and happy. It was quite an experience for them. It was their first time. And then with that, a ganeta edición, Bruce Aurelio, Kuzit shelter, that's who survival shelter. All day, Honagaya, 9 day. Blueberry picking. Sanano Nara, blueberry zoo, cranberry zoo, Sahuli. Students engage in blueberry picking, learning about foraging and the importance of sustainable practices in nature. Harvesting a buffalo at Flying Dust. So this year was our 2nd year. Flying Dust is in Meadow Lake. It is a Quinathil 2 years. Students participate in the communal activity of harvesting a buffalo at flying dust, and understanding the cultural significance and practices involved. Cultural arts integration. So si choose any Vivian Agalaita land-based tayo kanay drilla. We do cultural arts, beadwork, into the tunnel ka, sa kuhanil ten. Integration of cultural arts through sewing and poppy making, allowing students to express creativity while learning traditional crafts. Rock painting, we had collect rocks along the shores. And then khayere paint roll ye. Edate sinia aya khaye adzawya. With it a director. The River Med Lodge. With Santa Quaza on the far right. She's my granddaughter as well. Her name is Larissa. We made a classroom quilt with art on it. Fall scavenger hunt and nature walk. A fun-filled fall scavenger hunt and nature walk, promoting exploration and appreciation of the local environment among students. So kwibit azini dile da benetia tamba dang ni 3 dile. A scavenger hunt. Tamba sika na thai. Setting snares and checking them. Students learn traditional skills by setting snares and checking them, gaining knowledge about wildlife management and survival techniques. Whenever we set snares and then when it's time to go check them, they get so excited because, especially when they catch a rabbit in their snare, right? Oh my God, they're just so excited and happy. It's the best feeling ever. Gate classroom na stahu gas says sa kwihel. Especially the little ones, they want to touch the fur or they'll say, oh, I want the rabbit feet. Can I have the rabbit feet? So different classrooms got a chance to observe me watching, cleaning the rabbits throughout the school this year. Cultural integration, language, traditions, and ceremonies. Teaching Dene language and orthography. I can read and write in Dene orthography. We teach Dene language and orthography to all students, ensuring that they not only learn the language, but also understand its significance in our culture. This allows students to communicate in their native tongue and fosters pride in their heritage. This was just before Bannock Macon. Incorporating traditional ceremonies. We incorporated traditional ceremonies into our curriculum, allowing students to participate in and learn the significance of these practices. This helps to connect students with their cultural roots and instills a sense of community and belonging. We were picking sweetgrass, and the picture on the right is Zanni Cathedral in Linnea. Celebrating cultural events and practices. Celebrating cultural events and practices is an essential part of our land-based program. This includes various activities that highlight our traditions, allowing students to appreciate and embody their cultural identity through joyous celebrations. And the role of knowledge keepers and elders. At Buffalo River Dene Nation School, knowledge keepers and elders are invaluable resources, providing guidance and sharing traditional teachings. Their involvement enhances cultural understanding and fosters a deep connection between students and their heritage, ensuring that knowledge is passed down through generations. Building community relationships through land-based learning. Strengthening bonds among students and staff. The land-based program fosters strong connections between students, staff, and community members, creating a unified environment where everyone learns from one another. Engaging families in activities. Families are encouraged to participate in land-based activities, enhancing their involvement in the educational process and reinforcing cultural ties. Fostering belonging and identity. The program nurtures a sense of belonging and identity among students, helping them connect with their Dene heritage and the land they inhabit. Conclusion, preserving Dene culture for future generations. The land-based program at Buffalo River Dene Nation School plays a crucial role in preserving and passing on Dene culture, identity, and traditions by engaging students in hands-on activities and connecting them with the land. We ensure that future generations carry forward the teachings of their ancestors and maintain their cultural heritage. Then I have some pictures. Events and activities this school year. So we had, like I said, all-girls hunting trip, blueberry picking, cultural arts integration, fall scavenger hunt, snares setting activity, harvesting buffalo, and additional activities, bison meat delivery to elders, certification training programs, outdoor winter activities, cultural ice fishing camp, harvesting and cooking events. Annual ice fishing derby is one of our annual event. We just finished that on Monday. We had a big ice fishing derby on Sunday for the community. So the next day on Monday, we had a school-wide fishing derby for the students. Grade 6 to 12 was in the morning, and nursery to grade 5 was in the afternoon. You'll see some pictures. Also, we do a little bit of physical education with snowshoeing and skating because our phys ed teachers doesn't have time, or they're only allotted like 40 minutes in their class time, so we take on this role. Inclusive activities for all students. At Buffalo River Dene Nation School, We prioritize inclusivity in our land-based program. This ensures that all students, regardless of their abilities or interest, can engage in meaningful activities that foster community and cultural connection. Cultural arts. Students learn various cultural arts such as sewing, loom beading, and making ribbon skirts and shirts, which are practiced during cold weather. These activities connect them to their heritage and community traditions. Sewing machine skills. Teaching students to use a sewing machine is an essential skill in the program. It encourages creativity and helps them understand the importance of traditional crafts in their culture. Value of patience in arts. Emphasizing patience and practice in cultural arts fosters a sense of achievement and perseverance among students. It teaches them the mastery of skills, takes time and dedication, mirroring the values of their culture. So this student we went rabbit snaring. We didn't catch any rabbit, but we played in the snow. And the rest are just pictures. Our ice fishing, where we just had a fishing camp out on the lake, and we set a net. We brought our snowmobiles, and the kids went for a ride as well. We had hot dogs and hot chocolate. Our ice fishing. And then we made a graph for the grade 6 and the grade 7s. The one on the right is the whitefish, and the next line is the jackfish. Incorporated math. And there's the students going for a snowmobile ride during our ice fishing camp. And this is in Vermette, Chalatwe. It's about an hour and a half from Dillon. We have a lodge there that I take students to. Students learning how to make fire. Lue poster. Chasserale o gelute chata shilji hinle. Near that, we usually have a fish camp in the springtime, and it's right across the lake. Right across the river from Dillon. And we usually have a moose hide, so we get to fix a moose hide too during our fish camp. And we get there on a boat, but last year we couldn't because the water was shallow. Some scavenger hunt pics. Honoring our elders. We've had this several years too at our school, where we invite the elders to come in and they take time in the classroom telling stories. We have a feast for them. And then this is the last video. scaling fish. And if you want to follow on Facebook, this is the page, Buffalo River School Land-Based Program. Merci, Salatane.
Masi Lorette, one more time for Lorette Chanelque. On behalf of our committee as well, Masi Narudio. Do a see again out there, but Nenetsen Nike. You know, the no Hayatienik out Seondala. So, ni but our do Denegoda Yorel Dino Lizzie. So it's something, you know, special to go out on the land, eh? And those I used to hunt and Benere Snini, and today I don't hunt at all. You know, I go to Costco, so that's where I get my meat. So it's important that you take your kids out on the land, you know. So carrying on, Masicho. Your Tesla's son is. Okay. Alrighty. We're going to go way up north. I believe we have 1, 2, 3. I know Lucy Tayat here in Nicola, but we're going to have supper here at 5 o'clock. Those Keshjene Khani Ao and Doris, Lucy, Eileen. Okay, we're going to continue on. Up next, John Doris Catholic. She was born and raised in Tlutsolk, spoke in Denesuline her entire life, and works at language culture coordinator. My goals is at the revitalization. But anyways, the language, culture, and heritage and wellness Masicho. Let's welcome her to John Lucho. Doris Catholic, come on up here if you're here. Doris, school alanana. No, eh? It's okay na di yana November and just get off the plane too. I get off the plane and they said, "Oh yeah, you're staying at Sonny Marlowe's house." And okay, I walk in, and right away someone's trying to sell me a knitted hat, but they said, "Yeah, just put on his winter gear," because I just come from the city and I had a jacket, but they said, "Put on your winter gear. Yeah, you're going out to check the net." So I got to do that. They went check the net with Archie and JC, and then they got to go out in the land, check some rabbit snares. So must see. Doris Catholic.
Hello, Susie. Doris Catholic, it's on then Tuzuk, the Gayas Kelsey, the Nasle. Tuzuk any young, the Chenya Nasser young, the school neither chole. How to only schools in Nachau. School out here. Don't get and hill last now, language coordinator, First Nation Hill. Hasjan Khagai, Anza Zeralaina. John, that all night they see it's a Nenka. King Yade, Kapana Yade, Queen Cow, Queen Down. Nunen aso sing derle. Nezo nunen tekiti rita. Nonar teluze mine hat enint an. Hat oli tu ayu petan yao kenezu behilna el ku nonen ku sing dicha aso ku sing derle. Kunoni dat ose ku helga laita sita Nuyaki Banzi Nuyaki ten sekuton Yerini Lacha Hat Oli Noni Tenaitesi Skulu Tagalas now sekuhel Bayakihel Galaita Ayun Galaita Sahaya Don Ya Fighten Nenahel Parsi Chewing Le Doni Harno Nen Den Yega Einlo Den Yet Lusana Kaha Einlo Mind in it Aha Eile your Hazuk at Tamper Bay once a year. A Hanite Hill Seku Helu, then Helu annual Haja your night deal. Seku Hela like thou the school the Seku Cyrilio. That the Chanyana that do Bayakihel, the Hanil Kanu, the gardens of Kuhela like that. The Denhansa Kut Ihan Bayaki after Lacha. Don't Sekudania ni yesi, Yayum Bayaki after. Hat oli behela laita nani dene Benina Toros who said she said Sayaki, but an or Satani then there Yureta. Class a yaz, it's a causes the healing ya with it Hadarino ya. Denyaki Yurta, it's a nutter, hat don Denyaki dit au. Ishi chanti yaki, Northern yaki. Hanarine stand up. Me. Hot air cuisine no yaki hell agalaita. Don't they so ya then yaki apple ya haya. That old dictionary, Jessie Yaki. Clues kids in Yaralai Naile, your class action hill, Baron Till, April Gade, celebration eats here, Behel. You don't shop a hill like that, lawyer. Ku at least not thou, Sekuhel at least not thou, Denyaki hello, cartoons lat eo, the dictionary, Huta Bonilder. Can't hot o absolutely first time I lose north. A bagalite, hot o sa night out, Yasmusa bagalita. Noel Yakisi. On the rotu, they are keepo nalate, a seal seen Lenny. No, she looked in any. red from the outside, white inside. Hope they Hat the Yakibru Nisana to Huli Pakoteni. Had to at Perniluli Seku Petiti Nani di Seku Hanga Kide Banat at low. Kui Banat at low, but Abayaki who let in. Neljura Hati Sanat at low Hatani Dana. Had Kesa Kusi Besutia of Yakihel. Si it's Uncle Helni, Yon's uncle. Yaki Hansain la, no athlon back a galasa, Boris Nihile in Sapanaki en see. Massi Saint John, I don't say Yaki Astion. You see, but all arm and there. A word, Suzu can like they see. Seku, don't Seku school. Bit us in culture camp, a year every weekend day, a year to say hello, birth say hello, a year on that way, cupping a night there. Hot air, neither no yaku, no chan you, but then a retail. Hot oh, a whole like time there, no yaki night you hollow. No yaki, but or a yit on the queen. A your don't eat with class action, 4 pillars, Julia. No tin ya sampan noin la sham. No na rights in her. At the culture camp. He'll see a first priority. Ko e hil sin on the path and sit ayun but or asenyo. Tinasni and the Sanskin chai. Glanaba, the Okenya hate their Kusan on the Russell yet, the Russ and so. It is about the Stokenya listening the North glowing. I use a word. Deshun dat basni, pen kache. A year de nightilu, sahai, hat only ten your nightil. Then it's any. A year a kept a suti. A year nightil there. There the Jamar sinners in Johnny, you'll see Suchoku, William. Masi. Den Telu, Latobaya Kizanat, Sersi, Yanata Kisi, Kesi, Ni Marcinelli Sirsi. John Inoni, Del John in Suto Gazin Sulanito. John Anitel. New York, but or Masi. No yakik I did no zoom halu. No scan this canon the bar. Nani says scan behelias q. You read only papa the year lot a yaki hot only nayaki to near chat naski see. You just school team. Then a yakia, then Hanakano. Once a year in May, belongs in June, high camp affair. I used to nitel, Nari lots and little no nitelu, no hella lina. A year no need the red sea, then it is new. Then the hell a canoe estayo ayuntan basti. Don't ya chân nói tôi ya tôi nghĩ gì nó sẽ tin lệ si phật tôi ya phật chết ya phật chết bây giờ con lani hát nghĩ gì cái gì hát tôi bây giờ lại ta ao futsal a heo haide da to fukanyu ze kenu ti nali batasia sete eku ayu hato pakalai ta ha pet senen getsen tung ahne tuti na keuta penari ayu ni tsele hat no ni na klinsi ahne kota klinsi bekeni telsi hano ne kansi no ni saku hanil kan halu e halia lete no hulen ne halu hat der garden bekenaite e ni si beto sinebe I don't have high thoughts in the hell host ni sano masi chojani yo who's on or Fuchoku no niti who's on no then gets on who's on no thinkelu ustayu telazo ayun effective funut in la ha masi.
Masi. Thank you very much, Doris Catholic. On behalf of our Louisiana Chotwe Committee, Masi no did Sarah Edzound a la Tenanzen, so you're Sarah no Shadow. Masi. We've got a draw here. Did she leave? Monica. Okay, I think Monica, not Jacola. If you signed up for your name at Jue, I believe it's Child Family Service. No.
Yeah, that's up for the
FN. Oh, First Nations Child Claims a year. So, Kira Murray, if you're here, you won yourself tomorrow. I think she said she had to leave, but you won yourself a $25 gift card, I believe, 25. You won yourself a gift card though. Kira Murray, if anybody knows her, she'll be back though. Tomorrow? Tonight? Okay. Yep. We'll track her down, and she is a winner. So carrying on, Doris Nida zinoni delon de la yatineno zindene torliu Slutzalke, Fort Res, Yellowknife everywhere, all around. So Masino and Estens on Dunzinige. Carrying on, I believe up next, I don't know if we're gonna give the whole hour, but or okay, well, get ready. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Salot in a Dalut Kwozi is where's your bio here? A little bit about Lucy and Shannon. I met Lucy online, actually. Never met her till we saw the Pope together. We kissed his feet. Just kidding. But, Thanalt Yati Hulninia, or Tliserin Tlizu. And that's how I got to meet her. Denesuline Akwe, Dalutwe Manitoba, Northlands Denesuline First Nations. She is a certified teacher who has taught over 12 years in a Dene and Anishinaabe communities. She has experience teaching elementary, middle years, high school, and university students. Lucy has served as vice principal in a Northern Cree community. So let's welcome here Thucho Thueot and Lucy Ansan and Masi Cho. Cue the music or what? You just got an ensemble here for. You gonna stand down there? Okay, Masi.
Masi salute ena. Ja nestuoli ja news ni tintel kots eno husho no haliaustke. No le yeah. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the land we are on. Thank you to the person who prayed for us this morning. Lloyd Minus for the pipe and fire ceremony. And Elder Agnes Gedron. Masi no hayo darin training abi. Masi nina sansawar sitseda. I want to acknowledge our ancestors of this land. Anizot enots in Danana in Denisi, Eti Badanail no. John Dana Nanaila, because the Rade Hanunat Hambenanaka, no Nanaka. In the spirit of respect and reciprocity, we acknowledge the city of Cold Lake. It's located on the treaty territory of number 6, and it's also the homeland of the Métis. And continues to be the land of the Dene, the Cree, the Métis. This is a sacred place that we're on, so I want to acknowledge the land. Masinestan, Adanedan Lunda, and Natan Lunda, Tanilsan and Danedan Lim. Métis people, Masi, for allowing us to be on your land. At this point, I would like all of you to stand up. This is a picture of our ancestors, Brochet. They used to canoe all the way from now what we call Nunavut and the territories, the borders that they used to canoe all the way to Brochet for Treaty 10 signing. Nidahu de no halot in a yanisot. Doesn't any Lishalt Arat owned, doesn't any Zeko. Then you doesn't not Russia. These are our great grandparents, our grandparents. Let's have a moment of silence to acknowledge our ancestors. Do Yard's own, West Saskatchewan, its own, Manitoba, the territories. But now, no, Masi Heludi. Let's do that by having a moment of silence to them. Masi, did it then on Tatare new, no Nakatanesh new, and a Badanel Nindas and Masi Badanel, the no, a no Nakatanesh. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge them. So, before I begin, this is, she left. Where is Margaret Reynolds? Okay, when she comes back, I'll acknowledge her. All right, this is me. I am a grandmother of 5 boys. One's 20, 18, 8, 7, and 5. No granddaughters yet. And I am a mother of 3 girls, so you figure that. 3 grandsons, 3 daughters. They were a lot of trouble for me, just kidding. I am a wife. My husband's from Winnipeg. I'm an educator. Yeah. So I knew my calling. My parents said that. Nen, David Ani ye ha listen sits a day. Did ahina lesa. Nenan deri nelia, and deritsan, ko na kodin dara lesen. Is adazan edil nasits ete. Meaning that education, so I knew my calling was to go to school. So school night nuni residential school night dilinisa. And then in Chusatan into a cousin who didn't badilini and then a ballot and a harabalot and a bar. They has a residential school, Hulena, 1963. I wrote on school night telese. Yeah, Frontier School, Métis School that's in Manitoba. A year school night there's. Grade 10 kailtu yanagaya. Ku school nastari ya restaurant kule asikastik oshile. My mom and dad were very old by the time they had me. Ko restaurant kule asikastik oshile nisa. Malayat he general malayat he tutinayat he general language udak oshanisa. A year in school kayao, high school and nastot, a university and neither. Grade 12, I to Balbera, Tutanayat Hebeniri Nila just a yaro, the lingo. Yes, he ocean lesson than a sick ocean lesson than school master. So they'll cadoli, ocean only Malatet Ayast had when Yara Horesh Janisa. It as Siledes Hanatats at Law Nessan. I was reverse. One that head out head as Tarilene. Kulidani at head other hotebeneries Ninisa. Sequoias Eslons and then at head I asked him, say, it's a university neither, and that one, I'll just skip it. All right, this is where I'm from. Dalutwe, no, in the neck. Karatis, a Kubanat hit ahate French, lac brochet that is. Co English are de Jackfish Lakes notice. That's where I'm from. So I grew up in Brochet, and none is in the Yao, Yaga, Eitzarayotan, and Tanils and Nadio, and not in Nadio, and it's in Nadia. It's Eitzarayo, Lac Brochet Nidil. Lac Brochet night dots, and they tell 2 night dinners, and then a cozots in now. Who yet here you were. I hope this red button can go. Great inlet. Anyways, that star is yellow knife, and that circle is Lutalke. My great grandmother is from there. Yeah, Yanisi, it isn't any delut that's a till canning delisi, than a rant henne. A year, Kauno Haldo Nilsene. No, hello, and a yathiots and wits at Dishene. So these are my parents, my grandparents, and my great-grandfathers. Did many Winnipeg's and then a halaga like Diancho, Agneso, Yaga. Then second as a better idea. Could the genealogy that he do or family tree that he dilla? Nani se que Yaga. Big oro ni not do adenedan link or the region lesson. They know their First Nations, that's all they know. What nationality are you? It's a question like that. That's the reason why I always start with this. We need to teach our kids who they are. We have to tell them who they are. Make sure you tell my child, my grandchild, okay? So, nuni ko kotori yondani jano halto dit kunani se kunaratio nani yaga 60 scoops e ana denedan lonely kotori like ene. Kanin filo be dana katana na thaija to kanin denedan likotori ya. One of them is our family, our people that you probably met. Eyadi. I didn't even know what a Dene was before. I didn't even know I was a Dene. It's very important to teach our kids who they are, Margaret Cordilla, where they come from, why are they here. That's what I'm covering here, Arisa. So very important to teach our kids who they are and where they come from, what nationality they are. So Nagazade, I'm Dene, I'm Métis too, and that's in Denesuline. Ko did aga host na panlayat hit arena daradili. Tana dalfer rade. Ko dana hade ko dilila na. Dana de thanadalfer dadite. The peacemaker in the red jacket. I'll go through that and I'll explain why I call it the peacemaker in the red jacket. My name is Lucy Ansanen. I carry my great-grandfather's last name. First name. Ebezin is Ansanen. Eyibezi take edit listening la treaty number 10. Eyibezi has also so I still carry my name as the way I was born. So part 1, York Factory. York Factory, where Arrow, that's where York Factory is. North of that is Churchill. And then Winnipeg's down there with a big star. And then there's Taduli Lake way at there. In the middle, and then by the border is Lac Brochet. Okay, so the story takes place in York Factory 300 years ago. So, yes, because I do a lot of research. Right now, I'm doing a documentary on this. So a lot of you might know Michael Hutchinson. APTN is an anchor. CTV he's working with me on the documentary about this. So because of that, we went to York Factory to gather more data. Nelson River. To get to York Factory, you got to go down Nelson River, around that Hayes River, and then York Factory is there. And I hope this thing works. Yeah, right here is York Factory. Okay, so we went around and then we got here. So we have some footage from there in the documentary. So a river, the chart is saying that's Nelson River. You see, I took this picture from the plane. This is Nelson River. So we went down this river and then we went around and then we got to York Factory over here and it's on the Hayes River. So this is the Nelson River. That's where we started from. And this is the boat we used when we went there. And it takes about 4 hours to get there from Gillam. In the canoe. There's a generator station. I'll talk about that because of the flooding, okay? So just to give you an idea, Yanizinu from 1670 to 1867, Hudson Bay, Benene, Kezenhult, Hadi, Rupert's Land, Dati, Tzadal, Ramats, Denisi, fur trade was happening in that region. That story is linked to that fur trade. There's 3 York factories. When I started the research, 1994, Native Studies History. That's when I came across a little paragraph in a textbook.
Big ass tutors and then adulter, baba big ass kid, I don't need holy smokes, wait, slow down, go back and read it again, but this time slower. Not elder. And then they said, Idek on La Joyce. And I thought, that's what my mom was telling me about, not elder. Couldn't book at the elder that it was kind of confusing. Anyways, York Factory, yes, need it. At this octagon. The fort was made out of that. So there was 3 of them. So don't get confused. Like me, I got confused. This is fort number 1 here. Where's my light? Right here. You see my light? Right there. You see? That's fort number 1. This is fort number 2. And fort number 3 is right here. So in the corner, when you're looking at this river, there's fort number 1. Fort number 2 and fort number 3, okay? So there was 3 forts. With fort number 3 unite us. The other 2 is gone. I'm getting to why I'm telling you this place. So another fort number 1, Kichi was Kahigan, great house. Hit out in the octagon. So this place was a place where they fought over during the trade, the fur trade. French and the English, fur trade. This map was drawn by the French. And then after the Treaty of Utrecht, then, okay, so this is fort number 1, where I'm not good at French. Rivière Saint-Therese, but today it's called the Hayes River, okay? And then above that is the Bay of Hudson Bay, okay? So just to give you that, and then what the those are the soldiers crossing, attacking the fort. So this was what was happening back in the late 1600s. They were fighting over the hub of the north, the hub of the fur trade, York Factory, okay? Now, this is fort number 2. This was, fort number 1. 1697, it is not, okay? So this is when the French was fighting again. So they're always fighting these 2. French, this is fort number 3. This is what you see today. Underneath that white building, there was an octagon, the excavation area, the traces of the octagon is there. So this was a fort built like the first 2, with the materials from the first 2. I'll get to that. So when we got there, I found this when I went back to Brochet 50 years later, where we used to live on the island. Took as in fish camps. We went for a walk and I found that feather. So I brought that with me. This is the food we had earlier in the day in Thompson. We made a spirit dish. And I did a prayer there. There's tobacco in there, there's food, and there's water. And then I put it there, take a dati cow. I left it there. When we got there. And there's a reason why I did that in the water. Okay, leaving it. The tide comes in and the tide goes out. So this is when the tide was in. Out. The tide was out. So the tide is going to be coming in and then going out again. Part 2, Tanadelter. All right, first journal entry about Tanadelter was on November 27, 1714. This is when I first met the book. This is the actual journal book that was written. So I get to see this sa Bahalia. Normally they won't do that, but because I've been doing a lot of research, I got to meet that book. And then in the computer, you can also find that book. But this is the actual book. So that's where I get my information is from the books, from the maps, from the textbooks, and also from our people. Okay, that's where I gather all my information. In the front door is and then it was on a Wednesday. I keep saying Banlai. No, it's a dialect. That's the first day. So if I look at the calendar, Wednesday, November 27, 1714, I wrote in this. Because they're using a Julian calendar and they're using the other Gregorian calendar. So if you wonder why the dates of the week is not the same, they're using two different calendars. One is talking using the Gregorian and the other one is using the Julian. Okay? Yes. So Governor James Knight, 1714, the Hudson Bay Journal. So this is the story of Thanaltar Bronia, and hello dude, and so Wikipedia do 1697 what's all like this. How many winters are you here, right? Winters in the because years before Christmas and after Christmas. So I always say Wikipedia winnings is okay. She wasn't born in 1697. She was there that many winters. She was about 14, 15, 16 years old at that time. Okay, she was captured by the Cree. I do a lot of research and then I put it on my information. Tattoo lines, and the baby doesn't have it. I came across one of that. Our woman used to practice tattooing. Samuel Hernbitz in journals, the woman had 2 to 4 lines across the cheeks. Just recently, before Christmas, a picture was shared with me about that. So I put that in because I'm honoring the history of our people. So, different books by it. Listen, when I was in university, 1994, you have to have 3 resources if you're going to talk about somebody, a First Nation person that lived before 1867. At least 3 resources. I thought, oh, I'm going to write about her. I thought, what? You won't find that many resources. This was before Google. This was before computers became very suave. You won't find that many resources. Nobody says no to Lucy. Remember, I'm the baby in the family, right? The girl's side. So I went to the library, and as researchers, the first thing we do is we look in the back, right? You find another book, you find another book. A year, I had 3 resources. Can I write about her now? Okay, that's where it started in November 1994, probably around the same time when Thanaltar came to York Factory in November. So now there's 6 books here that would have been good for me in 1994. The 2 on the top I wrote. And with a peacemaker, I help with that information. He's very famous, David Robertson. I have some books for draws for that after. Wasao, Hudson Bay Comics. Hudson Bay did that on newsprint. It's Giadwao Benitez and newsprint, print the cheapest paper. That's how much you're gonna pay her back is with a cheap paper beneath it. Okay, so anyways, those other two books are around too. I used the Black Ships when I was teaching grade 5. And the Running West is adult, it's fictionalized on true events, okay? So it's a good book to read. Anyways, too bad that Margaret left. If somebody can message her, bring her back in here. Okay. So these are the resources that are available. If you want to take a picture. According to the research I've done, the meaning of it, tha. Teach ideas, that's a deal on Martin. Nadelter, shaking. Could I found out that the animal, you anger them, they're feisty, little animal. So it describes the person she was. So one of the research I came across too is that ekwi, that word tha was in their names. Remember, this was before contact time. So this story takes place within that circle. So York Factory is there. And from 1713 to February 5, 1717, the massacre. And then the meaning of it, what it means, then it has then not encampment then ko another then has na sne. She was a prisoner of war. She wasn't treated well. She was abused in any ways you can think of. And the stories I've came across. So the ancestors of those people, Anna is from Split Lake, Nelson House, South Indian Lake, Shamattawa, York Landing, York Factory, Cumberland House in Saskatchewan, all the way there to Norway House. Those are the descendants of that Anna today. And then, that's our story. So, another you will see her death another. Our Khan is Queo, meaning slave woman. But the literal meaning was the help. I hate ina. So the way I write it down is the way we pronounce it using the Roman orthography. I don't use the Thanadelther. Okay, so Anna Yilchu, Anna Halna Daru, and not that during that enslavement. Nahit is Nenila. Look at, they got tattoos on their face. My illustrators, I make sure they draw in those lines because I want them to know our history that I came across. There was tattooing practice. And then in Ikotisa, I know the church forbade all these cultural ways of our people. And she said, And then it code. Then a bit it is linear. Kuli yalti azal hostliness nini hene. And all in is it cornit est all on tanthile. It's in tanthile au altado es bek all on it at the net daga. They string it in and out. And then they would do it again. So my mom told me about that. Also, said sank ejizenya do yati. Yanizi the net azal ana ko 2002 Pope Ranai Del Hawe Toronto it's and o yati the nekate the negodazo atnado and I won a year ago. We want our cultural ways back, your cultural ways back into the church, drumming over a hene. And then, can you tell the elder that? So I explained it. And Edikure so cool as a sank ages and yate. So while I knew then I got us out hene. Kuli sisa bare atna the history hene. Look at neither. Was not John Doyle Doralions yati conweshne na hene. Abislini bazis a hits a dina hene. To hear it with my own ears, it was powerful. Ko o yati kunuhal yati nene. El galt ich azel au dam yaga doubtsit idanet azel ane hene. Ko doubtsio Nilek ora hiade tadra tadoli dana hayal tile lambes sileni heni. Then it ilchek. Yeah, I'm telling you this. This is what I heard with my ears, and I'm sharing that with you. We had lots of practices that the church forbade us to practice, and one of them is tattooing. Okay? Anyways, that one when in the fall time, the two girls escaped after captivity, but then it's as only they one of them did not survive. So I won't say that. I say one of them didn't make it, so she had to turn back to sin. She died. And then she knows she can't survive. It was during the Little Ice Age. And at Zanene, way up north. So as I will make it to where the Anna keeps going back. I'm gonna die here or I'm gonna die going there. I'm gonna try my luck. So she left to go to York Factory. And a year, did the map Monday is not very accurate with the research I'm doing with Denayate Bazil and also cartographer Palainin Nin Tarit Isilla. What had the Yenedari Niloli map that it is now? Ko nanu ya tieni dana te yada dole oral history tena hol ni hade ni daras ni lesen no ni no nanen ni diles yortsa. So anyways, can now John 10 shillings creek that day. Here's my red right here. Here's the 10 shillings creek. Ayedana hani ni ya it's at there. Panlay. To naral goose hunting, it's in York factories and Yelnach just. And not Banlat is different from oral history. I gotta acknowledge that. It's different. No need and Udawil need different no one light I didn't listen say the difference. Okay? So they said she stumbled among the goose hunters and then they took her to York Factory. So anyways, here's her taking off, running away, escaping, This is my grandson's favorite. When I told him the story, he was about 4. This page, Baba, read this part again. They call me Baba. She runs like this. So this was my grandson's favorite part, that she was running, escaping. We heard in NEC, Scotland notes and William Stewart Hulye. And then here is Anna Hunter. Ko ayi banlay bedin Dave that William Stewart wasn't there. But remember, we all have a purpose, and her purpose was to survive and make that peace treaty. They gone into the stone structures, Nila. This building was York Factory, Fort number 1, Dot Inisa. This is how it looked. And there was a creek there. And that creek plays a major part in the story and why Fort number 1 was relocated to Fort number 2. So that was very important for the illustrator to add that creek in there. Ko ayer ni yao kutana hel hulni and we inekwi kodare at Hudson Bay. James Knight Julio kuwad atala kwastis in William Stewart. Sometimes his name in the journals will change from that Stewart and the other Stewart, okay? But James Knight, it's in name day, it's accurate in the journals. So then she told her story. Then akinit ilasail dia that do coke ichokili pangalis nila. Ko ibanlay inekwato dana ahinit yaruni. Hen hits it there. Then hade. Could ban anna ilchuno over a year yal 9 Thursday and not that. So in the book, the young one, the first book I wrote was this one here. That was for the early years. Do you have books that are for early years? The books that we have were all for middle years and up. So I wrote this book. When I know how to write, and I know the language, and I know the story, I'll write the book. So I wrote this book. But then I realized this book was too advanced for the little ones that are still at home. Head Start Nila, daycare, kindergarten, nursery. So I wrote another one for those children. So this one is the peacemaker in the red jacket. So this one is for the younger audience. So this picture here is from this book here. So it talks about the fact that she learned 2 other languages, and now and of course her Dene language. So she was very trilingual. Using this trilingual English and Dene and Cree. Cree and Dene. Who speaks that? Very good. You're a little thin altar, and you're perfectly wearing the color red. So she was trilingual. What's here is Dene, Diane's language, and Tanse, and now, and hello, of course, is English. So that's what this is telling the story about, that she was trilingual. And then Hudson Bay hired her as a guide, interpreter, negotiator, and a peacemaker. It's in the net, it doesn't not desidik olya. They were trying to make peace with the Dene so that trade can happen with the Dene. Hudson Bay. So Edinu, she wanted all the goods that the Anna was using for the woman, for her people. She wanted that trade to happen for her people. So the peace expedition started in June 27, 1715. 1 year na kanay daro. That's when it started. And James Knight made sure she had the protection that nobody hurts her. Because they were ancient enemies. Anyways, James Knight had a meeting with the Anna, and then after that, I see it's a tie around loud, and it's yes. So they left June 27. And here is the ledger. There's another book, Hudson Bay Journal, ledger. Ahrelu asinil yesi, teyenil yedet isu asi na nisi yedet isa. So this is one of them. I checked that out. I read it, and there's a lot of information on that. Udel chulu blanket, red blanket, striped blanket, and it talks about William Stewart is going to be traveling north with Tainaltar. So the journal, all these things that I could recognize, I wrote down that they were taking to Dene country. Powder, tobacco, flints, kettle, vermilion, henny, red powder, beads, guns, hatchet, knives, ice chisels, scrapers, scissors. I think the other one is a powder horn, tobacco box, ivory combs, needles, yards, alls, and there's other ones that are there that I could not decipher what it says. So the tobacco is mentioned in our oral history, the hatchet, and there's a tell story. So they brought lots of things to make peace with, peace offering, and this is in the ledger. So red capote jacket, Idelk was his name, but it's mentioned in our oral history. And in the Hudson Bay, they sold capote jackets and they also sold red blankets. So I put 2 and 2 together, and what are the likelihood of her traveling to the north in a dress, or in a t-shirt, or in a shirt? Or would it be a capote jacket? So I figured it would be a capote jacket because it was made out of wool and it's warm. And he thought, and then but up hit yasne. So then I hit deal say Anna, then I did something. Anna hit deal. You saw one last William Stewart, June 27. That's when they started. So by the time they got to Churchill River, it was in August. And then later on, they said it was past 60, which is into Nunavut territories. But according to oral history, they didn't go that far. And I'll show you the picture, the map of that. So, in the journals, nuts and not the then help peace or peace treaty. Treaties, number treaties, your treaty, we're on Treaty 6 territory, and I'm from Treaty 10. We practiced treaty making long before the number treaties. And this is one example. We had a peace treaty that was made around March 1715. Around this, it could be February, it could be March. It's in journal, William Stewart. I don't know if they lost it or they used it to make a fire or if they cooked it for food. Because so we don't know what happened to the journal. They didn't write about it. So when they came back to the fort, so they moved, and she's wearing a red jacket in this book. This book is from The Peacemaker in the Red Jacket. The Peacemaker, another. This book was written by David Robertson. The title was The Slave Woman. Cool. I just met him, and then I wanted to say, can you write a story about Tanalta? What else did you write about? One is going into print this morning. I said, which one? The Slave Woman. Can I read it? Can I make some suggestions? How would you like your hero be called the slave woman? She was not a slave woman to us. Can you change the title? So we brainstormed the title, and then we both agreed on the Peacemaker. And brownie, can you change that too? So they changed that color from the time when they started off wearing red. Okay, so that book, the picture at us, it comes from this book here. So anyways, they left and they went way up north. Not that and not because they were running out of food, so they split up. So there was a small number with them when they moved forward to the north. So in around February, they were already traveling 6, 7, 8 months into their expedition. They came upon the encampment of Dene. 9 Denesuline. But she was about 16 years old. The rest were already giving up because they're in Dening country already. And they knew that there was going to be revenge. We can't give up. 10 days she left by herself during the Little Ice Age in the middle of the winter at Zalayate in February. She left by herself. By that point, she was only 16. So she moved. Could on the 16-year-old, you think they can travel like that? I always ask that question. Remember, we have suicides in our community. I tell them about this story, and I said, she was only 16 by herself. She just saw her people dead. And she's not giving up because she was thinking about us so we can survive. She didn't say, I'm going to give up. She didn't do that so we can commit suicide. She wanted us to live. That's why she did it. She wanted us to have a better future. 300 years ago, she already had a vision so we can survive. We're still here because of her, because of that peace treaty that happened. But because of her, we're still here. That's what the elders say. Who did the book away at the Dubon Liquids and nothing till but then he had hit a hood, he had death and altar, Bazi, Shathkayesne. It's not way up there. Shathkaye is only north of Lac Brochet, northeast. Anyways, she left. Just about no in 10 days, then no one has died, no. Then, Fort de Chanda Fort that it's in Dailkase. Then a Sangal Dek Odelia, and now they built a little palisade, a fort, protecting themselves. And he head into the wilderness. A young teen girl. 10 days, on the 10th day, one lie. And now, atong huli. Udan na idil da sans tateo. Daniel Jerry Halsey. Sa kuy halit 10th day, nothing. Look. Sa kuy da sinil, isi. Ahoy, the Susan there. You can see they get all excited. Who comes back? An altar. Then in last, she lost her voice. Ko William Stewart Hell, yeah, to it, and they were reluctant to come out. And not the call. So she came back and peace was made. Jaila, I love this picture. The first time I saw it, I knew what this painting was about. It was an altar. On one side, then another on the other side, another there's a gun there, and all the goods that they were bringing trade ha. And that's William Stewart. So this is a famous painting that was honoring the altar and the peace treaty that took place in March 1760. We made the peace between the Anna. So peace between the Cree and the Dene is finalized on March 1716. Peace piping honestness. I came across that in the journal. Our people had peace pipe. And then presentation peace pipe Jessie, Dr. Jessie Sylvester. We had pipes, but that one was also discouraged by the church later on when the missionaries. The conversions was 1861. So prior to that, our people did have peace pipes. So the Anna and the Cree shared a peace pipe. At that time when the I just got that information from one of my colleagues, my friend. So this is from the other book, Peace Between the Dene and the Cree. And then they look happy. The kids like to see happy faces. So I don't really mention that she lost her voice, especially with the little kids. So Russell Hill Hulye it's between Key Lake and Thachok Lake. The coordinates is and when you look at it, Lac Brochet is the red dot in this corner, and Taduli is over there. And you see those two dots. In between that is Shathkaye. That's before Nunavut territory. And this is when I enlarged the map, that's Shathkaye in that circle. So then one of our knowledge keeper just recently shared that the exact location where the peace treaty happened. So it happened in Manitoba, north of Lac Brochet, northeast. So it's between Taduli and Lac Brochet. Our people used to live there too. And that's where Diana's the story she's going to share, she'll mention that. So our people used to be all over this area. So when they say Taduli, Lakboshe, this story, no, our people before the Nakataraitza, before they became Anglican and before they became Roman Catholic, we were one people. We were not separated. Before the lines, we were one people. All of us were one people at that time. People used to travel all the way to the Arctic Ocean. And you hear about it. Samuel Hearn went all the way down with Matanabe that day, all the way to Bloody Falls. So our people used to travel far and wide. So it's our story. I want to emphasize that. So the promise that was made by James Knight to build a trading post at the mouth of Churchill River for Denny trade. Churchill known Anisi was for the Denny. No, Anna, you're not there. They have a Anna mayor. Then Ha known Anna as a. So, and I don't know why they name it Churchill. It's supposed to be Finalter or Denny something. Anyways, the promise was to build a fort in Churchill for Denny trade. And the ship did not come that summer in 1716, but Thanalter taught her people how to prepare the pelts for Hudson Bay trade. Then Honelton and Nahat Niznaidaro and yaga sadlato senisi dana honal kanisa. And Churchill was built between 1731 and 1771. So Churchill, according to the Hudson Bay journals, was not there yet. This fort was not there yet. So February 5, 1717, we know for sure that's the day that she left to the spirit world, on a beautiful day. And she got sick around December, and she was sick. Richard Norton Hulier, he was an apprentice of the Hudson Bay Company. She arrived in York Factory September 1714. And he learned the Denny language from Thainaltar. But on her dying bed, I'm gonna say, she was teaching this young Bunlight to Denny. So she wanted that trade to continue with the Denny. Richard Norton, but in picture there's no illustration of him. That's why I just put an illustration, a silhouette of him. So on February 5, 9 o'clock in the morning, that's when she passed. And by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Celia, in the vicinity of Fort Number 1. I'm gonna quickly do it now here. So here's a journal written about that. And here's 3 pages of James Knight writing about her. And on February 5, we wear red to commemorate her, to honor her. That's the reason why I'm wearing red, because this is my way of acknowledging, honoring, and commemorating her. I started this on 2002 when I was a teacher. And to this day, more and more people are doing this. They're wearing red on February 5. Here's the students in Lac Brochet, February 5. Here's me. I also did an art on that shirt too, and I gave them away. York Factory, quickly, here's Fort Number 1, Fort Number 2, Fort number 1 and 2 in the maps, Thainaltar was still alive, the first map. The second one is more detailed. You can find these maps at the Manitoba Archives. Okay, so Fort 1 and Fort 2, they're both underwater. Here's Fort 1, Fort 2, Fort 3. So the flood. So here's Fort number 1. But Hadalbanija, that's before Thainaltar got there, James Knight spent the night in the trees because that whole fort was underwater 22 feet. That was in May. Up there, that creek later on took Fort number 2. Where Fort number 1, Fort number 2, Northno, but in 1788. And there's a journal about the flood in 1714. And then the flood happening by 1749, Fort number 1 is completely submerged. And Fort number 2, Yisan Denesuline, Thainaltar was still alive. When she died, she was buried in the vicinity of that. And then here's more journal writing about that flood. So 1830, 1901, part of that where the Fort number 2 was, but Tadashpan. And 1999, completely gone. So everything that the Neseralia Nisi and Nisi, they're gone in the water. And then the erosion, Ninatlik, the river is swallowing up the land. Here's the land erosion. The graves that are there is going to be gone in the next 100 years. And at the depot, see, they're falling into the water. This is when the tide is out with Thaitha. That's where Fort number 1 and Fort number 2 used to be. At the Nenseralianisi in the vicinity is all underwater. So that's what I'm getting at, honoring our ancestors. Fort 1, Fort 2 in the water, and Fort 3 is going to go there. Fort number 3 is there. Flowers and food and tobacco. We put it in the water in between where Fort number 1 was and Fort number 2. That was in the area where Thainaltar was buried. Now she's in the bay. That's why we're honoring. Oh, where are we? There's our trip, quickly. I know I'm going into. Can you put up a little bit? Yeah. Okay, he's trying to make it louder so you can hear. I want you to see this video because this is going to be on the documentary that we're working on. And yeah, right now in Senate in Ottawa, we're trying to make February 5 Thainaltar Day, National Thainaltar Day. So we've been advocating for that for the last 5 years, and the elders are supporting us, their leadership. So we're going to be, I think, going to Ottawa in April, and then once that's finalized, next year might be our first Thainaltar Day on February 5, and you'll be wearing red, I guess. Did you make the sound happen? February 5th. So April, I think, Nukati Halahan to Ottawa to make February 5 a National Thainaltar Day. So the kids can celebrate that and learn about her. This is my way, our way of saying thank you to Thainaltar. And I've been working on this over 30 years, researching and doing what I can to honor her. And sometimes people are sarcastic and then they want to put me down, I guess, and they say, Tainalt Araza. But I'm not Tainalt Araza. She already lived. She was our hero. We have to honor her the right way. She's a real Tainalt Araza because she was a very beautiful young girl. She's a young girl that day. Can you? What? Dito.
So what can you find on this side where the original two sites are?
Nothing really. It's
Not
in the
really?
middle of the river. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. Just because this river it just keeps peeling this bank away. That's why we lost it. That's why they had to go to the forts.
Yes.
They just get washed in. Hey, sorry, we're early.
10 minutes? We say thank you to our ancestors. We're gonna go and take pictures. I'm gonna go to the museum for a bit, wait for Florence to come.
Nice to see you. Yes.
These two forts would be underwater, right? And so the first fort, this is the first fort would be where Sanat Belzer would be. The high tide go right up to the bay.
Our land tells us many stories. The water tells us many stories. This is why we offer tobacco, we offer prayers, we offer food, and we place the flowers. This is our way of saying thank you to our ancestors. Masichok, Kananasko.
So that's the reason why we put flowers in the water, because her remains are in the water. If you look for her burial site, you won't find it. Her remains are in the bay, and that's why I leave flowers in the water in Winnipeg, because the stream goes down to the Hudson Bay. So I put flower petals there. When we were in Churchill, we left food and water and flowers. And we sang songs in Churchill in her memory. We gathered there 300 years after her passing. And when we were doing the hand drum, there was a rainbow that appeared. It was like she was saying, I'm here, I hear you. Out of nowhere, the rainbow appeared. It didn't rain or anything. So we do have a relationship with the land. It tells our story. We're losing the land in York Factory. And what happens now? How are we going to tell our stories? So here's the bill that I was talking about, Bill S-274. We're working on that. And it's going into Senate in Ottawa. I got the call from Senator Mary Jane McCollum. Occupations, she did lots of things. She was an interpreter, advisor, guide, peacemaker, negotiator, mediator, businesswoman, navigator, mathematician, scientist, nurse, astronomer, visionary, teacher, knowledge keeper, event planner, sewist, trapper, fisherman, tanner, cook, and she was not even 20. My hope and my dream to have a statue of her one day. One in Churchill, one in Winnipeg, name change. And one of the things I would like to see in our school, number 14, in our schools, our offices, our rivers, our lakes, our creeks should be named after another. David Thompson, we mentioned that Panlay. Saninindit, Dunk Ajolinus, busy. David Thompson Creek, David Thompson Lake. This woman did something. We need to name our schools, our offices, our lakes after her. Masi.
Masicho, thank you very much. Way over, but it's okay, I guess. Yeah, no, it's a cheeseburger bond on board here. Cheeseburger offer al here. Yeah, $10. So Masicho, we do have one more. We're gonna have supper at 5. We're supposed to be done here, but I'm not gonna point any fingers. If you want to chat with her, if you want her card, you can. She's gonna give away some books, I believe. You can do that tomorrow or something. Not, your time is done. I don't want to tell you again. Yeah, but Bonaju, Andrew, we become good friends, eh? And Modessa and Shannon, and become like family. So, but we've got one more. Eileen Beaver, are you still here, Eileen? Okay, she's still here. I don't want to rush you, but I guess this is a reminder to anybody that's going to be on tomorrow, right? And I know that is a really good presentation, but a bit long too, so I'm not going to be dishonest about that. So let's welcome to the stage Eileen Beaver here. She comes from Tabacha. So Fort Smith, here, if you've ever been there, and right on the river too, a big wide river. I think that's what it explains, huh? Yeah, Slave River. So message.
Good afternoon.
Okay, you're good.
I'm going to stand down here too because I need to sit while we're going to be watching a movie called Three Feathers. Before then, I want to talk about my husband's country because I married him. I went there for residential school. I married him and we have had 7 children altogether, and we now have 4. And they all went to the spiritual, the other 3. Tebati is above the rapids. Tebati. That's how we used to say it. But the white people call it Tebati. And Tebacha means just below the rapids. We have this rapids of the Drown there. There's about 3 or 4 big rapids. And that was the slave route for the Ana and Denesuline. We called the Ojibwe Denesuline because they were really, they didn't leave no one to live. They just came and took our furs, and that's where the Slave River came. And the big Great Slave Lake was the Dene people there. And so that's why it's called the Great Slave Lake and Slave River. That went all the way up to Sheer, up to for fur trading. And so that was the route we came through, like they came through a long time ago. And so our stories are very near and dear, especially about, just to give a little highlight about Thainarelter. She was born, and you know how a long time ago our names changed a lot? And the story went, she was born where I was raised in Descha, in Rush River, at the Tolson Bay. And she was captured by Ena when she was quite young. And but before she was captured, why they called her Thainarelter is because she was crying for her dad. Her mom and all of the people were going way up to Sioux Lake, and she thought her dad wouldn't know where they were going, and she was just a young girl, and she decided to stay, and they kept telling her no, and her mother told her brother, watch over her because she's stubborn. She kept crying and that, and she said she wanted to wait for her dad. At least this is how the story came. And she was crying and crying and crying. She fell on the ground and she fell asleep, and her brother was watching her from alongside. She didn't know her brother was watching her. And when she woke up with this beautiful dress, really nice white dress, white shoes. It had beads and embroidery and long fringes. And she was twirling around and she wanted to show her mom. So she started chasing her mom and the people that were running. And they say that she was running so fast that even her brother, when they did catch up, like they were camping for the night, and they did catch up, she wasn't even sweating or anything. And Thainarelter, they gave her that name because she fell to the ground, she got up, and she had this beautiful dress. All the ladies wanted to get that kind of dress, so they went to the place where she fell, and none of them got that dress. And that was before fur trade, like the trading started with us. And then later on, when she got captured, they called her Nadelder, Nadelder, meaning Tha in those days were Thatina was for fur trading people, the coureurs de bois, the voyageurs, and the Hudson Bay. And so they called them Martin traders, Thatina, that's how they started. Now we call them Thatina, 3 people. And so when they named her and they said Thanadelder was meaning that she started hanging around with the fur traders when she made an agreement with the Hudson Bay to open the fur trading way up north. And so I'm really happy to hear your story on this end, and how I know about this was because when I came to Saskatoon, I was going to Saskatchewan Indian Federation College for my Bachelor of Indian Social Work and my Bachelor's of Indian Studies. And I started studying, and I found some of the journals, and Walter Linklater and Maria Linklater were my elders, and they taught me about Shuth and the spiritual ceremonies, and that they were my elders through the schools. And then when I went home, when I was going home, the last fasting that I did, I was told, Nezi Hul'a, really clear as day. And I went to Fort Res Denesuline, where I come from too, because we were relocated from Deschat to Denesuline when I was about 7. And the day that I finished my practicum, I started working with them for a while. And my husband, Henry, got sick. And so I had to go home. The morning that I was going home, I was thinking, geez, you know, etla hasas idealism. And I felt like something was wrong. And when Gene Norton came to the office, he said, I dreamt about my mom, he said, and she told me to come and see you before you leave. She said, you know, a long time ago when your mom was carrying you, he said, my mom dreamt of Thainar out there, and she wanted her name. She said she was half crawled out of the grave, and she wanted your name. Your mom was carrying you, and she wanted her to call you Thainar out there. And your mom said, no, I'm not calling him an old name like that. And so she named me Eileen, but the nuns changed it to Irene. So that story is really dear to my heart, because when you were speaking of it, it just really made me realize how important it is that we should know our people from the past. You know, because we slept for so long, now it's time to wake up and time to come home to ourselves. Time to be proud to be Dene. Anyways, I'm going over my time, but the movie I'm going to be sharing tonight is called 3 Feathers. I was going to see if we did this movie it was filmed, my husband Henry and I, we were the elders in the movie, and everything was done in the north. And it was done because we were having a lot of problems over 20 years ago with alcohol and our young people always getting in trouble. And this one time, these 3 young boys broke into an elder's home and beat him up, almost killed him. One of the 3 young boys was my nephew. And those 3 boys, they were charged and they went to jail. But Richard Van Camp, who's also from Fort Smith, he was raised in Fort Smith, he's Clinchon, and he's an author. I don't know how many of you know of him being an author and a writer in that. We've produced a few movies. He did The Lesser Blessed, was one of the first movies. 3 Feathers was the second one, and Henry and I also helped him with, it's called Ikon, The Return of the Starving. It is in Clinchon, Ikon. It means Ikons, you know, Ikose. But it's this movie, that 3 Feathers that we're going to be showing, it cost us $100,000. We needed more, but we did it under $100,000. We did all the Henry and I did a lot of our props and stuff like that in the movies. We've consulted. I did the translation. This movie we did in 4 languages. We did the actors we did it in English, and then we did it in Denesuline, the same thing. And Desnat Ina Slavey, South Slavey, And one of our actors, the main actor's a young boy. He's totally deaf, and so we had to learn doing it in hand language and stuff. So when these three young boys acted, they had to learn all the language. And I also did the translation on that. I did the coaching with the language. We had language coach for Slavey and South Slavey and Cree and Na. So they did all that movies. And we did it in 5 years, Henry? Where did he go? 4? 5 years. Because we wanted to hit every season. And in the winter season, the boys had, it went down to minus 45. And we still did the shooting. For 10 days, we did shootings. And with the wind chill, it was way into the 50s, minus 50s. So it's all about these 3 young boys that got in trouble. And Richard believed, what if we, instead of them going to jail, we took them out on the land and we did, this circle sentencing used to be really something like that, like something that we used to do. And even in Fort Smith, we had circle sentencing. And so that we can keep them out of jail and, and making amends to the people that they hurt. And so this whole movie is about that, the what if story of these 3 young guys. I hope you enjoy it. Every time I see it, it makes me cry because we tried to do many of the shots to relay a really beautiful message of how our teachings, our Dene laws and our Dene teachings were. Look after your things and yourself. Look after yourself and your belongings. Take care of yourself. Take care of your belongings. And in this area, Henry and I, we took them out in a camp for 9 months. And that's what the whole movie will be about. If my husband Henry would stand up and bring me a chair, we can watch the movie with you and hope if you have questions or answers that you can have it during supper.
Must see.
Oh, if you do it now, not see. It's only like.
How long is it?
It's a short movie.
Oh, yeah. We got 5 o'clock is supper, so.
Yeah. What time is it now?
What time is it?
Yeah, it'll be just a little after 5 by the time it's done.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
Then we'll eat. Okay. So we're going to start it. And then, okay, before we start it, are you Eileen and Aldeno? Are you done?
Talking? Yeah.
Oh, you're done? You just want to watch them? I just want to make sure, just because I want to present you that gift, right?
No, we'll watch the movie, and if we have any questions in that, I'll answer it with you for you guys.
Yeah. Okay.
My husband is going to be sitting up with me too. Okay. Give it to Uncle.
Okay. So Chile is on 5 o'clock. You can hit play there. We're going to eat at 5 o'clock. You can give me my mic back.
Oh.
No, we'll make time,
Take it home? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. DJ, Play that movie and kill the lights here, set the mood. Yeah, so once again, headsets. So while we get ready here, figure out the sound. Hopefully we get it. Our sound guy has done concerts and can't figure out a video. Oh, it's a CD player. Okay. Burbo, Dale. Inlay. How you guys doing though? Pretty good? Yeah, you guys feeling pretty good? I hope you guys got something out of today. You know, it's a lot of information. A lot of information is thrown at each and every one of you to take home, and it's up to you how you choose to use it. You know, it's good to hear from other nations how they're doing and how they're working. You know, I didn't know, I've been to Fort Smith, the Frolics, you know, partied there at the Pelican. Yeah, stumbled all alone. My girlfriend left me there. But anyways, aside from that, I didn't know there was Dene people there, you know, so there's only 4 speakers, eh? Eileen, where are you? Yeah, 4 speakers? Oh, okay. I thought you, when you said there's 4, but, 4 different languages. Oh, yeah. Kincha? Oh, okay. Okay, but it's good that, you know, Dene people are everywhere. And one thing I want to challenge you guys, you know, there's educators, elders, knowledge keepers, everybody. The story about Thanalter that took over an hour long here, as they told us, you know, that's a good, and I'm thankful because she shared that with me a few years ago. She's really, you know, worked on this and dug into the archives. But if you do your own research, and I remember Thanalter, but si Ana died, Lucy, she said, you know, we're descendants of that. Not that we're, you know, come from that same DNA because we'd all be related, you know, but one way or another, there's a connection that goes, you know, Fort Smith, Fort Chip, you know, those routes, those trade routes, wherever the caribou migrate to. So if you do your own research and maybe you can dig into the Hudson Bay Company in your own, you'll find that some of the information, you know, which is very important. I know in Lalash we have that, you can go online and there's a couple, there's Raymond Dobbin, he's a historian, but if you go online, it goes back to 1770s, I think. The Hudson Bay was in West Lalash and the portage. So the history is there, and I just challenge you guys as you go home to do your own research and leave that history for your young people. You know, over this last over 5 years now, I've been doing this, not by choice too. I want to add, Daniel, just give me the thumbs up when you're, it's, you know, it's a bunch of pieces to a giant puzzle, because that's what we are as Dene people. There's no right or wrong way. That's one of the Dene laws, right? We respect one another, and how we can teach our ways and continue sharing that with our young people, because that's who it's going to be. You know, and if I am elderly and I'm holding in everything, I'm not sharing with the young people, it's no good to them. They're going to have to pay universities to get their own culture. Remember that. So it's good that I leave that challenge with you guys to carry on back into your homes. They really need a new podium here. But as you continue on, you know, making sure that young people can hear it. Man, you guys don't know how much this means to me, just to be able to hear. I don't even have to look up at the thing there. I could just hear what they're saying, and I know what's going on. You know, a lot of events that I go to and I share, you know, that with everybody on social media, I don't get to do that very often. And it really means a lot to me that, you know, everything here, most of it here is in the Dene language, you know. And I'm only speaking English, so I can make it. Everybody can hear me, understand, right? So, masinis than sinieza. And tomorrow, so tonight we're going to watch this. The food is not here for those of you that are going to stay with us for the food, right? And I'm actually thinking, Daniel, maybe we'll just give everybody a break and start that at 5 o'clock when the food gets here. Daniel, how does that sound? Or you got it? Oh, he's still struggling. So how about we give everybody a break for those of you that are going to stay for supper with us? We'll put the movie on, okay? And if you choose to leave, you know, come back tomorrow, ask about it. This is your one chance you're going to get to watch it. I believe we're dealing with DVD player, maybe? Oh, a CD technology. So the food will be here. Tina, where's the chief? The chief's been in meetings all day. So have a break. We're gonna, I don't know, Judy, are we gonna do a draw after lunch or supper? Yeah, we will do an after supper. So hunta durthi masino siembo antle de kana dele horlun ke ni zaoti sinieza. Hey? Well, you can, but people, I don't know if people are gonna listen to it. I won't take that away from you. If you want to,